Hello and welcome back to another episode of the Paper Dungeon. As per usual, we are very, very excited to be here. Grant just got a new creeper.
I did.
It
His
looks
name
like a
is-
little
I haven't
creepy
named
baby in the background is what it looks like
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, because we
Uh,
play Minecraft sometimes. Not here, but we do.
We do enjoy the game. As you guys can see, our beautiful Miss Lydia Korn is not here with us. She was unable to join us tonight, but we are going to keep going and have a great time tonight. Oh yeah, that's probably a good point. Anyway, sorry, Aaron just texted all of us, but we do have a few announcements as per usual, starting with Aaron. Would you please go through your announcements?
Sup, everybody? I'm here to talk about a couple of things. First off, we have a website, and on that website, we have a merch store that you can buy all sorts of gosh dang clothing and other things that has our logo and stuff on it. A couple other cool stuff. It's great over there. It really helps us. It's super cool. Speaking of stores, good old Lydia Corinne also has a store where you can buy her art. All of our overlays and character art was done by Lydia. She's very good at her job.
Very talented.
You can get shirts and pillows and shorter shirts that are they're crop tops that also have her art on them, and you can commission her. It's super cool. Other than that, we have a Discord. If you're not in the Discord, call a doctor because you need help. It's super great over there. We hang out, we play games. Sometimes we're playing Apex in the Discord chat. We're talking about stream stuff and all sorts of, we're checking in on how everyone's doing. It's a great community over there. We have great Dungeoneers in the Discord. And you know, if you aren't in the Discord, you're still a great Dungeoneer. But I will say, could be better.
just a little bit.
Just a little.
Just a little bit more on the grind, you know?
Exactly. So yeah, join our Discord. It's awesome.
Thank you, Aaron. Grant has our next announcement.
Yeah. Hello, if you're here from YouTube or from podcast formats. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. We'd love to see you live sometime here on the Paper Dungeon. Currently Mondays at 7 p.m. CST. Subject to change maybe down the road. Who knows? But as of now, Mondays is the meta. I'm thinking years down the road. Listen, I'm thinking years down the road.
We have not mentioned this at all.
No plans are being made. Wow, gosh, I should have thought about this announcement before actually saying it. Yeah, but thank you for listening. It's a little embarrassing as a podcast to have a bad upload schedule when that's the only thing we do apart from going live. But that's subject to fix in the future. So keep your eyes off that.
Yeah. At 1:30 p.m. CST on Thursdays.
Yes, definitely hit us table scraps. And since Lydia's not here, I'll go through her announcements. As you guys already heard, we have Discord, but we also are on a lot of other social media sites. We're on Facebook, kind of. We're on Twitter, kind of. We're on TikTok, and we're on Instagram. So definitely check out those two. The other two, kind of, whatever. Grant does make a nice, really funny comment every once in a while on the TikTok, or not on TikTok, on the Twitter.
On Twitter.
He doesn't strike often, but when he strikes, it's gold. It's just how it is, you know?
There you go.
So definitely go check those out. Also, just like he said, there is the YouTube and obviously our podcast formats. So go check those out as well. Be on the lookout. Coming up this, what is it, the 29th, I believe, is when, let me look. It is 28th. Excuse me.
Between the Rows.
Yes. Also be on the lookout. On Wednesday, the 28th, we will be airing the very first episode of season 3 of Between the Rows. What is it called? Sins of the Father?
Sins of the Father.
I was thinking of the space one, and I was like, that's not right.
No.
But yes, Sins of the Father, season 3. It's crazy. We've been doing it for 3 years now. Definitely check it out. We've been recording them. It's all a pre-recorded series. It's going to have lots of edits and all that type of stuff. It's been epic. It goes from 0 to 100 real fast. You guys are going to love it. It builds off the other seasons. So now is the perfect time to go back and watch the first season and then watch the second season so that when the third season's airing, you can be with it live. The last episode, the 6th episode, will be on the 31st. It will be on Halloween. It will be replacing Monday night's episode as the 31st is a Monday.
Take it over.
We're taking over with Between the Rows. So definitely check those out and be really excited for it because it's awesome. Aaron does a really good job as always. So definitely look out for that.
I tried.
I think that is all of our announcements. Am I correct?
I think you're
I
right.
think
Yeah.
so.
All right.
We probably
Well,
missed something, but supporting us if you want to do that.
Yes.
We've got a Patreon, and we're working on uploads and some cool additional content. That if you are a patroneer, I think that's what we call them,
Patroneers.
you will get early access to that at a later date. It will be released through our Discord
Yes.
to subscribers. So
Exactly. Twitch
if you want to get
subscribers,
access to some cool little extra content, either be a patroneer or be a subscriber. You could do both. You'll get them a
won't
little
stop
later
you.
if you're a subscriber, but you have to be in the Discord if you want that additional content.
Yes.
We also have a Streamlabs donation and a Ko-Fi and probably something else, but I don't remember what the third one is.
Drop the PayPal link in the chat.
Yeah.
You know. Awesome.
Here's my Cash App.
Exactly.
We've got an OnlyFans on the way.
Before we
That's
completely
not
get
true.
labeled as sellouts, let's go ahead and roll tonight's intro for tonight's episode of the Paper Dungeon.
Welcome to Nico Muris, a world of lost legend and forgotten lore. As the world, still recovering from the decimation of the trial, approaches the turn of the century, ancient evil returns with a lust for darkness and ruin. Follow us into a planar conspiracy as powers beyond your imagination plot the downfall of all that is right and good. 3 years have passed since our heroes fought a war to reclaim a fallen land. Now, they must once again take up arms and write a new story, a tale of glory, fear, and fortune, as they make their way through the Paper Dungeon.
All right, and we are back. So, in our previous episode, okay, it did work. It was lagging behind a little bit further. So, in our last episode, our party has recently reconvened after 3 years of spending time apart, becoming their own people, doing their own things. They have been hanging out in different areas of the world and really working on their own different projects. Renai has been spending a lot of time in the Scholar's Guide with Leshka. Edward has been spending a lot of time with the people of Oclaron and rebuilding Athala and dealing with New Athala and all the politics, and also integrating the orcs into modern society. He's been doing a lot of that type of stuff. Triplewitz has his own stories and adventures that he's been going on, along with the fact that he's been the chief magician for Gambit's Keep, the home of Fate's Gambit. Cather has been off exploring different leads and doing all these different things. And so they've been having their own lives. They haven't seen each other in a little while. This all changed when Leshka, or specifically, actually, excuse me, when Renaya was deep diving into some research on Ruat, the rod that she inherited from Cather and Melora. She was deep diving into the research with this. Leshka ended up coming in with her and helping her on this after he discovered that Cather was not where he thought he was going to be. So this led to some discrepancies thinking about where Cather was. Edward felt like he was getting a little homesick, and obviously Triplewitz was already working on the grounds as he is basically the chief magician and groundskeeper of Fate's Gambit, or Gambit's Keep, excuse me. This led them to all conveniently find each other at Gambit's Keep all at the same time, all with different reasons to be around each other and to kind of explore different things, specifically that of the fact that Cather is believed to be missing. They had discovered that the Autumn Daughters, the servants of Zestari, one of the Archfey, have been generally increasing the amount of planar activity that they've engaged in. This led Cather to explore different issues with them, and he was last seen heading to a meeting with the Autumn Daughters. After a little bit of communication with Cather, they discovered that he's actually in the city of Sigil, the city of planar doors, the capital city of the Outer Planes. It's kind of how you can think of it. It's the place where everybody goes and leaves from. And so the party decided to head to Aradoa, which they discovered had a door that led to Sigil a little bit further down than when they last explored Aradoa as they're searching for the Dead King's Hoard. They arrived at Aradoa, they made their way down, eventually they found the door, and after going through the door, they found themselves in a weird in-between. This plane of non-existence, this catch-all where when the planar portals and when the worlds aren't working correctly, this is where people end up. They spent some time there in the bleak gray wasteland that is this place before eventually being told to go and meet with a man known as Miriam Azima, or the sorceress of this plane. A old, very, very old, very wise, very powerful sorceress who has basically devoted her life to helping people escape this plane. She did help after a bit of tension was discovered, as Renaya has Ruat and these maps and a lot of this information that Miriam had information on, but was unwilling to share for her own reasons. This created a little bit of tension, but eventually it all settled down when Miriam eventually sent them on their way rather quickly because she was under attack, but she sent them on their way using an anchor to allow them to get to Sigil. Unfortunately, when they got to Sigil, they didn't actually get to Sigil. They got to this elevator lobby, basically, a little bleak, barren white waiting room with a few chairs. A little bell would ring every time a door was opened. Elevator music was playing. But basically this waiting room, as they discovered that Sigil had been attacked. By who and for what reason, they were not informed. But the result of it was that Sigil was closed off, and there was nobody that was allowed to leave the city and nobody that was allowed to enter the city. It's made it rather difficult for them to go in and look for Cather, or for Cather to leave to join them. They did get to meet a duo drone, which was a fun little social experiment, as they roasted this thing trying to get answers, and its little two-function brain could not handle it. And so they had a couple clever tricks. Unfortunately, it did not end up with them being able to enter into Sigil, and so they were forced to return to the material plane. Specifically, they returned to Gambit's Keep, only to immediately be sent to the Scholar's Guide, as it was under attack by a pair of dragons. Now that I'm thinking about it, I should have those names written down, but I don't, so I'm just going to grab...
Rycorum and Anduskfell. Oh, wait, no, it's... Rycorum is the Dragon King, Anduskfell was the Green Dragon, and Varim Rysir was the Blue Dawn, the blue one.
Everything that...
boy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Look at Aaron out here. These two dragons were clearly at the Scholar's Guide for a specific reason. Wow, I'm already blanking. Wait for it. Just a second. Wait.
Aaron, we might need your notes again. Get ready.
No, Marie Rysir was here specifically to enter one of the locked libraries of the Scholar's Guide. Quick recap: the Scholar's Guide has a number of libraries, or specific sections of their libraries, that are devoted to certain topics of history, and each one of these has been locked away at some point in time, and slowly the librarians of the Scholar's Guide have unlocked them through great challenges and feats, but there's still many that haven't been unlocked. One of them was the library that had to do with information on the trial, events of the trial, that cataclysmic event that reshaped the whole history of the earth. Varim Rysir took on the challenge, which was this behemoth of a golem, this massive marble statue that any who had tried to defeat before were basically instantly slaughtered. But with him being a powerful young dragon, he was able to eventually overcome this statue, along with some help of the party as they discovered, oh, well, even though these people are trying to break into this to probably steal some information, this is the best chance that we have at getting this library open at all. And so we're going to take the chance and then try and deal with them afterwards. And so they joined together to basically defeat this golem, at which point they booked their way over to the library. Once they got there, they realized that they had very, very little time, as soon as these dragons who reverted to a human form were able to find what they were looking for specifically, they had the intentions of burning down the entire library, which they did. Thankfully, our party was able to gather a few pieces of lore, a few bits of information before they had it all burned. Leshka was able to figure out that they were looking for a list of sacrifices for something, for some ritual or something. And when they found it, he was actually able to get some of the papers. He tore the paper in half to get some of the information. Edward found some of the original teachings of Lon and Tari. Not Leshka. Renaya found some of the events during the last days of the trial. And Triplewitz found a arcane tome that had to deal with the creation of different siege weapons and the usage of large pools of magic. And so they were able to grab these before Verim Rasir and Duskfell lit the entire place on fire, basically laying off a bomb inside of this library. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, at least as far as they were aware. The party quickly retreated. And
no named NPC was hurt.
Yes, no named NPC was hurt. Several unnamed NPCs, but no named NPCs.
Yeah.
Finally, they then returned to Gambit's Keep to get one last piece of lore that they had been working their way up to over the last few episodes, which is the fact that Ruat had a sister piece to it, a piece known as Lex. This piece was given to the Alisar dwarves when back before time was recorded, and they used it as a piece to create Rockfaras, the legendary warhammer used to control the orcs, and then used by the legendary orc Tarak to free the orcs from their self-imposed restrictions and their societal imposed restrictions as well. They discovered that this hammer was somewhat modular, meaning that the head can be removed from the shaft. I hate you both.
I was just looking at Grant because I knew he'd do something.
It's always Aaron. Aaron always starts
don't
it.
not blame me for this.
And inside the shaft was a small rod of Vestrusium labeled Lex. And we're going to pick up right there. Renaya has just gotten Lex. And as soon as she touches it, she has the realization that, she has the realization that if she was to touch anybody, much like with Ruat, she would be bound to them, and only when one of them is killed by the other would they be allowed to be the true owner of Lex.
For those of you who don't remember, this has happened before. And to Renaya, and it wasn't good. So just throwing that out there.
It's almost why Melora was killed too, and Cather. Anyway.
Yeah, well, Melora was a bit more of a mystery, I guess.
Nonetheless, what are you guys going to do? I'm not going to roleplay Renaya because I'm not just going to embarrass myself that way.
Oh, I don't have a funny accent for Renaya.
It's okay.
If it was Cather that was gone, I could. I'm going
there
to.
There is a plan, however, for what to do.
Yeah. I believe we discovered a plan.
Yeah, Tripwitz was in the room.
Yeah.
And so between the frantic concern from Renaya,
she immediately explains what would happen if you were to touch her and how this has happened before.
Before I leave, I want to just open my eyes real wide and get as much information regarding trying to figure out whether or not maybe we can just put the stick back, like just put it back in the hammer and it'll cut off.
You can do that technically.
And then so basically I want to get the information necessary where if there is a way to kind of circumvent this curse, it can be done.
Okay, roll a religion check for me.
Oh, religion. That's such a bomber.
From what I remember, I don't think reversing curses is as simple as returning an item, right?
Oh, I mean, depends on the curse. That is
worth a
Oh,
shot.
I actually am good at religion. 25.
Okay. Much to your dismay, you go without touching it, which does limit some of your abilities a little bit. But without touching it and without touching Renaya, you kind of work it over, cast a few spells, try and get kind of the edge on it, and quickly realize that the magic that imbues Ruat and Lex is the exact same style of magic that was in Miriam's brand behind her ear that you could not.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. And I don't get any information where it's like from the inside of like Urok Faros, there's like a hey, you can just stick a magic item in here and it'll just kind of cancel it out. No one will know it's there. It'll suppress a curse.
Like an Indiana Jones kind of thing.
Because it's going to be...
Yeah, switch out the totem.
DJ, out of character is going to be really difficult to play the game if Renaya can't leave without touching anyone. So I'll do some more research in my own time I'll just be brainstorming thoughts and ideas to try to circumvent this curse the best that I can. But other than that, we just fought like a golem and kind of two dragons. So I would love to take a nap.
Edward's right there with you. I mean, he didn't even anticipate. At the beginning, let's backtrack a few weeks. Edward goes to the keep to relax. Here we are, a month later.
Yeah.
The Scholar's Guide is burned up.
Well, it's not a month later. It's like 4 days later. You guys have done all of this in like 4 days.
Oh, I thought it took us 3 weeks to get to the uninhabited island.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I forgot that you guys didn't just teleport there. Yes. I remember.
Yeah, I suggested that, but that's okay. Now we're here.
We have no way to teleport over to the tiny island.
You were a stronger wizard, Grant, maybe.
Yes, if I was a stronger wizard, I'll work on
I'm
that.
not a strong enough wizard.
Edward will do the same thing. He'll probably rest. He'll force himself not to worry about or think about communicating back to his city of Athala yet. He'll wait on that, and he'll just take the evening to decompress. Maybe he'll even visit the sauna.
Fair enough. Before you guys all go to bed, just because this would probably be something that Lydia would do, is there anybody that you would want her to do a sending spell to? Or a message.
Oh no, I'm fine. Do I have a way to so like when I was younger, I would get sent like invitations to like visit the Duchess. And I know that I've said canonically that I still get said invitations. Yeah. But how do I normally contact her?
You don't normally contact her. She normally contacts you. What ends up happening is in your bag, there's like a top compartment, right? And usually there just ends up being a scarlet letter, like a scarlet envelope, just resting there. So that's how of ways that you could communicate with her through, some magic spell things.
Lydia is in the chat. She's saying Cather time, give us Cather or give us death. So I think
it's the same thing.
Lydia wants.
I think that's what Lydia wants.
Okay.
Hey, maybe we should ask Cather what's going on.
Who's ready for a very
there you go.
Conversation?
Was DJ about to get you to talk to this Duchess lady first, though?
Oh, no. I mean, I'll check my bag quick to see if there's an invitation. There's like a stack of them, but is there a reason?
It's just rubber band. It's just, it's your dad's envelopes that he's been trying to get a hold of you for like 13 years.
Yeah, every time that I get a letter, I get sad because I know that I should not be ghosting her. But up until now, I just really could not. And she knows why. But this is, like, I talked to her first.
Yeah.
But I still feel bad about it. So I do check to see if there's a new one.
Okay. Tell you what, Aaron, otter eat it.
Oh. This episode is going to take a turn, even if I'm right about this one.
What'd you get?
Even.
You do see a, much to traditional fashion, you do see a scarlet envelope wrapped with a black silk ribbon addressed to
Me.
in Abyssal, which is really weird. It's really you only ever see it on her envelopes, but it says to my love, but in Abyssal,
Yeah,
which
I
is
don't.
not very common.
I don't speak Abyssal, but those are the only words that I know.
Fair enough.
I just know that I asked her one time.
Yeah.
Well, on the bright, hey guys, look at the bright side.
I know what
what
we're gonna do
do
today.
today.
That's funny.
Fern.
But yeah, we can contact Catherine. Who wants to send a message? Like who wants to word it?
Well,
I mean,
Renaya would do the message
Leshka can
bit.
do
Oh,
it
what?
too.
Well,
Let's
right-
go.
Because we
and
just
Renaya
claimed how we
together.
don't want to embarrass ourselves attempting to roleplay
That is fair.
Renaya.
No, I wasn't
Unless
gonna
Renaya
roleplay.
sends exactly 25 words in the Twitch
And
chat.
okay, and here's the thing though. It can't be DJ because DJ doesn't send messages the way that Lydia sends messages.
Yeah, I'm
That's a
saying
great
Lydia in the
point.
Twitch chat could just send 25 words.
25
to us.
words.
Lydia, type
that-
out
of what
type
she
out what
would
you want
say.
to say to Cather,
Or
and
you
then go back through and count.
tell us if you just want Leshka to do it.
Either
DJ
way.
sucks at sending.
DJ sucks at sending. That's fair. That's fair.
This is
Go
this-
Leshka. Okay,
We
okay.
should
He
play
says go
like
Leshka.
Okay.
we should play like this more often. I play Dungeons
Just through
Dragons
chat.
play by text all the time. We could just do
Why
that
don't-
live
Okay,
stream
so-
a bunch of
We have
texts.
DJ DM.
Fair.
All of us communicate via text, and he's the only one
Yes.
on screen.
Okay, we're all
Yes.
muted.
Okay. Okay. So what all do we want? Okay. So I have to
Yeah,
do
let's
that.
role play. Let's
After we
let's
left
play
You're
Yeah.
under
D&D.
attack.
Show.
What the heck, bro? Got stuck in the
right,
waiting
okay.
room.
So you guys want me to send a message to Catherine? What do we?
I want
wanna ask?
Renaya to send a message to Catherine.
All right, Tripwitz, I guess you're the tiebreaker. Do you want Renaya or me to send a message?
Well, I'm perfectly
Renaya
fine
is
with.
busy, and I don't want to shout down into the.
Renaya goes and locks herself in her room in
Yeah,
frustration.
I don't want to shout down the.
Okay, there we go. That's fair
so
enough.
I suppose you.
All right.
Let's
Okay.
see.
So
what
do we
need
want
to know?
Okay. So
We
does he know
Drew,
what happened
role playing
in
to
Sigil?
Drew. We love it.
yes. We should probably.
Is he
tell
still
him-
okay?
Yeah, we should probably tell him that the library got attacked.
The library
We
got
should tell him
attacked.
that it got destroyed.
Does that mean that we should also? I mean, but
Well,
see that
is that really vital information? Like,
I
it's
mean,
it's
guess
such-
it's
not.
important, but like then it's just like then we should probably tell him about how like the Feywild is like open now because he might not know that, and like how
We
like
might
we
also
should
want-
mention
and like
that,
how
yes.
like
And-
Renaya is like perhaps ending the blood war, and we don't know what that's gonna do.
and the
We
anathema.
should tell him that we're looking
Wizard
for the rest
folk.
of the pieces of the rod, however many that is.
Oh, and we're looking for the other piece of the rod too. Man, okay, there's a lot of things here.
I'm getting
You
more and
guys
more concerned about you sending
hear-
this message.
You guys faintly hear in the distance from Renaya's room a faint scream into a muffled pillow.
Lovely.
Dang.
Okay, I
Oh
got
man,
rough.
she must be going through
Alright,
quite a
what
bit
is
right
going
now.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I
here I
guess
go.
she did
Here I
get
go. Here I go.
cursed. Yeah, it's not easy.
Okay. Hey, Cather.
Wait, I thought of another thing.
Hope you're okay.
Okay, never mind.
What happened in Sigil? Are you okay? Oh no, that's just one word. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
You just said so many extra
I
words.
in campaign 2, I am changing it so that anything that you guys say once you say you're casting the sending spell counts as a word. So if you go, oh crap, that's one word, that all counts. I'm changing that. Just so you guys know.
It's a good thing you're not DMing campaign 2, sucker.
Ooh,
We
spoilers.
don't know that. We don't know that.
Anyway,
So,
moving
what was
on.
I? Okay.
How
Are
many
you
words
okay?
in descending are we?
I'm
Broke his- you broke his
I'm
concentration.
17 words in. Now shut up. Okay, so are you okay? We're looking for more pieces of Ruat. The Feywild has opened its borders.
All right.
No, Leshka,
Uh-huh.
you choke your way through that.
Uh-huh.
and then
Do you want to?
Wait.
Do you want to like send me a message as Cather? Like, what does Cather know?
There's a
No, no.
5% chance that it doesn't go through.
no, there's a no percent chance that it goes through.
No percent.
He's dead.
Why is there no percent?
He's dead.
There's no way.
Or captured, and he's just on a.
How
no
would
divination
Drew
spells
not
to
know
make
that his
changes
own
in
character
inspiration.
is dead?
Let's go.
Is my character dead, DJ?
Shut up, all of you.
Cather's dead.
Frothing at the mouth.
Wait a
You
minute!
send-
Wait a minute! You guys got the rest.
Oh my god, it's not responding. It's not responding.
I can't even understand you.
Why is it made when he doesn't respond?
He sounded like a Muppet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So let's go. You cast the sending spell, and much like Renaya, who has the kind of the ability to kind of get a vibe of what's going on when the sending spell doesn't work, you quickly realize that the spell is being blocked. So you
It's
immediately
not
realize
it's not like it didn't reach its recipient and like they're just dead. It's just like it's being cut off halfway through, kind of thing.
yeah, it didn't reach the recipient because there's something stopping it
Yeah.
from getting to them. It's not that the recipient isn't capable of hearing them. It's that there's a cut in the line, so to speak.
Well, that didn't work. In hindsight, given the fact that the entire plane is shut down, it would make sense that communication is a part of that shutdown.
That's fair. That's very
Well, it
fair.
is a bit concerning
Which is-
that Cather found his way there. It's shut down.
Although, okay, but to be fair though, he's been there for like several days before it got shut down. So in theory,
It's his fault.
it wouldn't be his fault.
Could be, though.
I mean, it
I
could
I
be,
mean, it's
but like,
Cather.
but like the
I don't
Duo
think that
Jones
he's
said
the
that the
one who
city was
attacked
attacked.
Sigil. I can't necessarily say that Sigil wasn't attacked because he was there.
I mean,
Could it be the Fae?
he might be responsible, like by
Indirectly.
indirectly. Yeah, you know, he didn't attack Sigil, but somebody
No.
trying to attack him attacked Sigil.
See,
Maybe.
that's a yes.
Okay. Could
Was
it
it-
be the Fae, though? With
Maybe.
their
I mean, it
I
could.
could-
It might.
there's so
borders.
many
Might be- I mean, it
options.
might be the Fae. Maybe, you know, I
Oh,
don't know,
and
a
the
devil
Archfey,
or a
they're
demon.
tricky.
Maybe a couple of the gods. Who knows?
I feel like if it was demons, we'd know about it. You know, with
if
Renaya.
I mean, if that's true, if it was demons.
I mean, they do a lot. Speaking of demons, would anyone be interested in joining me in hell tomorrow?
What?
like actual hell,
that
or is
an-
this
Like
Like
yeah,
the
is this
nine
hyperbole?
hells?
Yeah, well,
Like
the
which-
sixth one specifically.
The sixth. Okay, that's what I was going to be my next question.
The
of
one
what,
made
what
out
layer?
of the great hag, Magda. I think that was her name, if I remember correctly.
Oh, Abinthy, what is this about?
I'm
Why?
asking if you would like to join me in hell to potentially speak to a.
Is this a possible informant as to next steps for our plan?
Informant is. Oh, she would hate that. Yes.
Now, I'll be honest, Triplewitz.
You can say no. It's
I can't
fine.
I mean, there's really no reason for us not to, though, right? I mean, what else are we gonna do?
Well, other than the fact that it's hell.
Do you understand the kind of pressure I'm
Wait,
on
hold
back
on a
home?
second. How are we gonna get there? How are we gonna get there?
Oh, she'll probably call me an Uber.
It's now canon. Ubers exist in this world.
I'm
Or
making it a
so.
creature though. It is a carriage-shaped creature.
Yes.
It's like,
It's like a
bus.
horse and a carriage that's been fused into one. That's an Uber.
That's gross.
Well,
Yeah,
Frank,
it'd be terrifying.
I don't know how much she'll actually be able to tell us about the situation, but my friend might be able to help Renaya talk to Grotst again. I don't know 100%, but that's the only thing that I can think of.
I mean, see, that's a complicated
Oh
situation.
my gosh, I'm so excited for this episode now.
That's a complicated situation.
I really wish that I would just be informed of these things.
Well, okay, so it's a bit of a sensitive subject. So, as far as I understand, which is not a whole lot more than you guys,
This is fair.
as far as I understand, it's less of a situation that she is unable to, so much as she is not allowed to.
Oh, I'm just saying that through an indirect matter, we can just absolutely break the rules.
We like
Okay,
breaking rules.
if I may.
Now I'm
interject-
intrigued.
If I may interject here, it's I need to know. You know, the prospect of going to the Hells is always a bit intimidating for me. For good
I mean, it's a
reason.
very it's a very
I think that's
dangerous place.
reasonable of me.
I agree, absolutely.
There's a lot of things begging for my attention back home that I haven't attended to in a month or so.
It's totally
However, if you think this would aid in the quest of figuring out if the Fae is going to end our material realm as we know it, then maybe it might be worth being in the know.
I mean, the Duchess is very knowledgeable about many things.
Is she
Meaning-
knowledgeable
trust
about
you.
ancient celestial scripts?
I mean, she was born afterwards, so probably not. But you never know. If she's able to screw over her dad, she'll learn just about anything. So you never know. That could be a possibility.
Okay, well, my thought. Ooh, did you hear that? I know.
I
sorry,
did, 'cause
I'm
live
on a
in the
busy
same
road.
house as you, but
Yes. Now, I've been gone a while, but as much as I want to go back, I don't see why a day or maybe two would make much of a difference. And I've been to the Nine Hells before.
Yeah.
Wait, have I? No, I haven't. No, I
You've been to
haven't.
the
I've been
Abyss
to the
before,
Abyss,
which is much
and
worse.
I can't
Probably.
imagine this is much worse than that, right?
Oh no!
Okay.
I
Well,
had a great
Abinthy-
time while I was there, many times.
Well, Abinthy, I trust you, and I think
That's a
as long as
dangerous
you're
thing to
my
do.
guide, then maybe it's worth figuring more out about this. Plus, to be
Big
honest,
mistake.
I can't pass on the chance to maybe hear from another ancient being about this stuff. You know?
Great. I mean, I have my own research to do as well, so I'm going to be doing it. It probably might be in the afternoon. She's not a morning person. Time doesn't. There's no like daylight in the Nine Hells, but I normally like to head there when it's evening for like afternoon, evening for me. So we've got a bit of tomorrow to kind of look over some things. If we want to head into town, do some shopping, that's a possibility.
Right. Okay.
Uh,
This will only take one evening or so, right?
oh, I mean, depends.
I don't like that answer, Abinthy.
I don't know. There would be some days that I would go there and I would get distracted and end up it would be like a week.
Now,
Okay, well,
now, Abinthy,
assuming
are
we
you
don't get
currently
distracted.
aware of the time diffractor ratio of the Nine Hells?
You
Oh, am I DM?
Google's,
I'm sorry, what was the
Google's
question?
like time.
Is there a time difference in the Nine Hells? Because I know that the Nine Hells is often seen as in a lot of lore as like a shadow, so it keeps the same time as
Yeah.
the material plane.
No, great.
Perfect.
You know, having been there many times, you know there's no difference time-wise.
It's a 1-to-1 ratio. Great.
It's a 1-to-1 ratio.
Still operating on a 24-hour basis, 1-to-1.
Great.
So-
That's
Still
good to hear.
Google's-
As
That
long
means
as
that means if we stay there for one day, we'll come back. One day it will pass.
yes, one day will pass. I will
One
say.
day, if anything gets weird, I'm
um,
out.
Oh, what do you mean by weird?
I mean, things are gonna get weird.
I mean, like deadly or side questy.
Or side questy.
Oh, question.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we
Um,
could use a side quest right about now.
Stop.
How well do you maintain your wits around beautiful women? Beautiful people in general, in all honesty, because
I once fell in love with a witch,
oh,
Like
that does not bode
instantly.
well.
but
Yeah, Leshka, I'm very interested.
I
to
was
know.
young.
What? Sorry.
But do you seem like the type of person who can maintain your composure very well.
I don't feel those kind of attractions, so.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And look, romance is a low priority of mine. I recently being
I'm
a
not
few
talking
years.
about romance.
No, I
He's talking
don't.
about a desire
I don't
deeper than
give
romance.
I don't give into that temptation. No.
Okay, fantastic. Then we have
So-
nothing to worry about. Mind your step while we're there. Several of the, like sometimes you'll be walking. It's very boggy, but instead of a bog, it's basically vats of stomach acid created when the Hag Witch Magda expanded to create the sixth layer. It's a long
Ew.
story. Just watch your step. Anytime you're in a new place, you should watch your step. But I have a book to read, so I'm going to skedaddle on out now. I'm gonna head to my little groundskeeper quarters.
That's funny.
Happen?
Quick couple questions, DM.
Okay.
Have I been to any of the 9 hells before?
No.
No, I figured not.
Did not have it.
Other question.
Yeah.
What's the other? What are the names on my list?
On your list, you have 2 names:
Yeah, one is Miriam Azima.
Miriam Azima, and the other
Eczema.
one is a name, Zudes Thrim.
Zudes.
Xudes.
Okay, hold on. My pencil disappeared. I'm so sorry.
Xudes.
Suds.
Zudes.
Like a zoot suit.
Okay.
Getting zooted.
Zudes what?
Thrim.
Thrim.
Thrim. It's
Zudes-
not in here. I'm so
Zudes-
upset.
Good old Zudes Thrim.
Are you looking for her stat block?
Yeah.
Yeah, it isn't anywhere, and it makes me so sad.
Okay. Well.
They
fair enough.
included other ones, but
Wait,
they
this
didn't
is an
include
actual
hers.
like NPC like you could
Oh,
find
yeah.
in a book.
Oh yeah.
Well, actually, lack thereof.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Well, it's in a book. It's not in any 5e books.
Yeah. Anyway.
Zood Thrim.
Zuds.
Dude, I actually
Uh,
kind of
my-
love that name
Zuds?
for some reason.
It's a good name. It's a
Just
good
good old
NPC name.
Zudes Thrim.
Our
you
boy
know?
Zudes.
Zuds?
Leshka, do you share that with the party, the name on your list before I go to sleep?
Yes, I was gonna say I did want to do that before everybody dispersed.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the origin of Thrim?
French.
I'm really glad I didn't take my drink before you said that. I don't know why that was so funny, but oh my gosh, that was so funny.
Do you want me to use it in a sentence?
Please don't. I'm afraid of what you might do.
Japapua Thrim.
I would like the definition, please.
Oh, the definition of
Oh.
Thrim.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Well, it's a noun. Base origin is French.
We're still on this bit.
Well, actually, it's not a noun. It's a verb. It's a verb. A verb. Thrim is to trim something, but not well.
I see.
Not a funny definition. That's just what it is.
Rimming.
Yes. Whoa, thrimming is a different question.
Whoa.
Stop.
Fair
That
enough.
sounds.
Oh my goodness, this is
Actually,
hilarious.
oh,
I love this episode so much already.
So,
This is what happens when Lydia leaves us. We it just
I know. We
devolves
lose all
into-
control.
it just
The
devolves
are
into-
getting
becomes
rowdy.
the paper dungeon after dark.
So, Leshka, I missed it. Did you share those names?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Does that lead to any questions?
I'm a legend lore. 2 things. I'm gonna
Okay.
legend lore Justicia, and I'm gonna legend lore Zood's Thrim.
Oh, Justicia. Okay.
Good old dudes. I love that name so much.
My man
You-
Zoods.
You go into your ritual. And okay, I wasn't prepped for this.
Never.
For Zoods, it's very interesting. As you know, the way Legend Lore works is that there's like a library of information that mages have access to within the weave
Yeah,
that
but
they're
it's just a
constantly adding
Mage
to.
wiki.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mage wiki, or like you're googling your magic googling is basically how it is. very rarely, every once in a while, you come across the situation that you find yourself in, which is that at one point there was information in the databank that has been removed. Just like what's the bucket, the planet in Star Wars that was removed from the Jedi archives.
Oh,
Camino.
I can't remember.
Camino was
What
removed.
would you do,
Camino.
Master
Camino.
Yoda, if there's a planet that does not appear on any known records?
So with Zoods, you understand that at one point this name was involved, but you aren't able to get anything because all information was erased from the database.
We probably know who it was who erased it.
Count Dooku.
It's probably the other person on our list here.
Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Wait,
As
why would
for
it be
just-
the other
yeah.
person on our list?
Miriam.
Miriam
Azima,
Azima.
the sorceress that we met in the strange place that sent us back.
Oh.
That wouldn't tell us anything about, all the really important stuff that's going on right now.
Yeah, that was awkward.
As for Justitia, you have limited information. Remind me, what did I tell you about Lex?
Nothing.
You told me stuff about Lex.
Yeah.
You said that it was at one point in time given to the dwarves, and that it had been included basically as a crafting regent for Rock Varas.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, you didn't include any things that Lex had been used for previously in the past. Just once it was given to the dwarves, it was known.
Yeah. Okay. I had to keep up my consistency. You get even less information about Justitia.
I'm okay with this.
When
even less than we got in Zoods.
no, then Lex. Sorry, I'm being cryptic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the spell's supposed to be cryptic.
You reach into your data bank and try and find any information you can on Justitia. You understand that it was part of a bigger picture, that it's one piece of an item. You know that this item was split and that Justitia was separated from the rest, much like all the other pieces. You then know that it was buried in a tomb of unknown origin. Or relevance is probably a better word. Of unknown relevance.
And everything?
That's everything.
Okay.
Hasn't been seen or heard of since.
Well, hey, on the bright side, I can make a couple of assumptions, some logical leaps in thought, that it's theoretically this map could be leading to a tomb of unknown relevance.
I love that idea.
And on the bright side, we now know for sure that Justitia is a part of the rod. So that's good.
Yeah.
Now we just need to figure out where this tomb is. One thing at a time. I'm going to just be
Slowly
asking,
you're making the
excuse
step.
me, sir, have you seen this tomb of unknown relevance at any point
I
in
don't know
time?
who it's for or where it is.
No, just
but I
a
need to
tomb
know.
of unknown relevance.
Yeah.
Sounds
it is,
good.
It's little do you know that's the name of it. It's not
Yeah.
a tomb, it's the tomb of unknown relevance.
Yeah, that first and last name.
Yes, of unknown relevance, exactly.
Yep.
That's funny.
And then I'm done with my stuff. I'm gonna read the book that I got and go to sleep.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Go ahead and make so with your book. It's written in very, very, very old Elvish. Do you speak
Okay.
Elvish?
I believe so. I speak several languages. Elvish is one of them.
Okay.
Let's go.
So you're able to read it, but it's like reading Old English without any of the context. You know,
Ah,
it's like
yes.
you are reading through it and you have to reread like 6 times to actually understand what's being said.
Mm-hmm.
But you're also a very, very smart boy. Go ahead and make an intelligence check for me.
Natural 20
Oh,
for a total of 25 if it's just straight intelligence.
okay.
It's a 33 if it's Arcana.
We'll go with a history check for now. But with
That's
your
a
natural
29.
20, okay. I was gonna have you roll a separate history check, but you won't need to now because of your natural 20. So
I love being smart. This is such a cool feature.
it's so nice, isn't it? So I appreciate that Triplewitz rolls well. I don't know what it is, but since you started playing Triplewitz, you rolled a
I
lot.
think it's the new dice.
Now you
I'm
just
using dice
jinxed
that
it.
was sent to us from Dungeoneers.
Ah,
And they've been popping. So this was
Nice.
a handskate dice roll. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. I tend to find that
Use
the
the
Fey
chat.
dice,
hey,
the Fey dice tend to
Handskate
do well in
are making
combat.
Aaron a decent D&D player.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying.
So, a couple things. First of all, it really only takes you rereading your paragraph like once to kind of get the gist of it. You're smart enough to really kind of get going with it. Second of all, with your history check, you know a little bit about the history of how magic used to work. So, and being a student of the Weave, you understand that the Weave was a creation of the trial, or actually just after the trial. You know that before the trial, specifically during the Age of Pandemonium and especially during the Age of Wisdom, pools of mana were the way that magic worked. You would call on a pool of mana to create your spells. This is what really allowed for these amazing feats of magic to be brought on, because multiple sorcerers and arcane users could pool their mana together to amplify the effects of the spell, which they can't do really now because of the limitations of the Weave. The Weave was not so much a fundamental part of creation, but more a way of restricting magic to the 9 levels, so that the destruction seen during the Age of Pandemonium could not be replicated once again. You learn in this book how to tap into just a little bit of those pools of mana.
Dang.
Just a little bit. It's extremely difficult and extremely dangerous. You understand that basically what you're doing is breaking the very laws of the Weave, of magic itself at this
There's
point.
nothing I love more than breaking rules.
Exactly. You also think that because you would be using mana, you would forego the need for Audronite in crafting magical items.
Love
Oh.
myself
And-
some crafted.
Oh.
And because you can pool mana, if you were to find a catalyst that could hold that mana, you could continue to add to that catalyst and create a larger pool, allowing you to cast higher, or to create items that would be outside of your reach at the current level of arcane intelligence that you have, because you would have access to a higher pool of power that typically would be reserved to a mage of a higher level. So basically, you have basically learned, or you're beginning to learn. It's a process, and it's
Yeah,
going to take a long time.
Hey,
It's
I'm
very
gonna
dangerous.
have to research this book. They're still
But-
using thorn to make the TH sound. All right,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna talk about it.
But you think that this book could eventually lead to you being able to create magic items far beyond what you typically would be able to create, because you'd be able to pool your mana instead of having to channel the Weave into a magic item.
Fantastic. That's what I
My
love to
boy's
see
getting
here.
a magic battery.
Just so you
Kind of.
guys know, I play D&D not to. I don't care about roleplay. I don't play about combat. I just want to make stuff.
Aaron would play magic. Aaron wishes that D&D was like Sims.
Minecraft.
Yeah,
Just
it's
build a
just
life.
it's Sims, it's Minecraft. I
Minecraft.
play like a blacksmith in WoW. Like, this is my Dungeons and Dragons, so I'm
Follow
super
me,
down for
Aaron.
Rand,
this.
what the heck
Follow
is with
me-
your Minecraft
Follow me
decorations?
into the darkness. Oh,
Well,
there's
he's
more
a-
where
he's a
this
real
came
gamer,
from.
Drew, or
You
DJ.
know how people talk about the weird things you buy when you have access to adult money? Grant's is
Yeah.
Minecraft junk.
This was given to me by my old college roommate.
Shout out to that.
Shout out to
I'm
that
gonna
guy.
go to sleep now. I'm like, oh.
To those of you listening, it's
Fall
a
asleep when you-
Minecraft torch.
So, Triplewitz goes to bed. Leshka, you go to bed.
Oh, I suppose I do.
You don't have to. You can do something else. You look at the sheet of paper that you got. you know, Jude's and-
I tell you what, this is what Leshka does. This is what Leshka does. He looks at his paper, at his like quarter ripped piece of paper. he reads the first couple names like 15
The
times.
only 2 names that's on it.
Yeah, like 15 times. And then he like glances over at Trivwitz, who has like this whole book that he's flipping through.
Who's like eating it up like candy. He's gleaming like a little kid in a candy
actively
store.
giggling.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. And he just looks back to his paper sheet and is just like, should have gotten a book.
Dang.
Drew,
Versus
I want you
being
to
plot
know,
relevant.
just because I feel bad, you have the much more plot relevant piece of information.
I know.
This just lets me it gives me the crafting option.
Yeah,
This-
this is just a recipe book in Minecraft.
Does Edward notice that Leshka is a little disappointed by his sheet of paper? Just say yes, because it lets me do a line.
Okay,
well,
sure.
that-
No, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
I'll roll.
No, I don't want you to roll anymore, Grant. Stop it.
I rolled a
Just
17
cries.
on die, so I think
Good
that's
enough,
good
yeah.
enough.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Edward walks
Leshka's
over
not
and
good at
goes-
lying.
and says to Leshka, well, at least you got a piece of paper. I didn't get anything.
Are you good at
Oh.
lying?
Oh, make
not
a
being
deception
nervous.
check, Edward.
Yay!
I guess I mean,
Make a what the freak is it called?
an
Why am I
insight
blanking?
check.
Insight check. Thank you.
Oh, good luck, buddy. That's a 26.
I wanted that laugh sounded French.
I
What's
cast
rim?
I cast detect thoughts.
Okay. He is 100%
What?
lying.
Wait,
On this,
wait,
he's
wait,
like,
Wait, I would like to rebuttal. Were you? Did you roll an insight check?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
Because
mean,
my
I
deception
will
was-
roll
Oh,
an
yeah,
insight
what's
check
the
if the DM
motivation?
deems it necessary.
Motivation is-
as you're in the middle of your lie, Edward, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I can't wait to read that book later that I got from the library.
Oh my goodness.
Leshka turns to Edward, and he puts a hand on Edward's shoulder and he's like, "Thank you. Now go enjoy your book. I saw you picking it up earlier, actually."
What? You saw that?
We all saw it. Everyone
It was about the time that I got flung out the doorway. I saw everyone because I got flung out the door.
I was right next
so I
to you.
saw
just standing
everyone
there
kind of.
You slipped it
Okay,
under
okay,
your
okay.
vest.
Yeah.
Wow, I really thought that you didn't see me.
I wasn't gonna
Well,
bring
I'm-
it up. It's a book.
I'm sorry for lying. It's
No, it's
about
okay. It's
matters
okay.
of-
You're trying to make me feel better. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed
I
now
have
because
books
I'm really
in
tired.
I have books in my groundskeeper cabin if you're interested.
Wait, so you two are okay if you don't know what this book is?
Yeah.
I mean, I figured.
Should we not be okay?
I mean,
if you,
no,
I mean,
this
should we?
is
Is
fine
it
with
important
me.
information that we should know?
vital to the campaign and will be
I'll let you
detrimental
know
if we
if
don't
you
know it?
I'll let you know if you need to know.
You do know there is a
yeah,
no
I
secret.
trust you.
There's a no
It's
secrets
a
policy.
matter of personal concern.
Do we have a no secret policy?
There's a no. It was put in place by.
Everyone starts sweating instantly.
It was put in place by.
drenched.
It was put in place by Tarak, I hear, and it would be really bad if you didn't follow it now, because then you're just like dishonoring like Tarak's dead soul.
How
You
could
feel the statue
how
in the
could you
courtyard
use-
stare at you in the distance.
Edward sweats
Now
more.
I say that as I'm
How
not,
could
but
you-
however, I'm not currently a member of Fate's Gambit, and neither is Tripwitz. So technically speaking, if you wanted to keep it to
yes, we're
yourself,
absolved of any
it doesn't actually matter because
responsibility.
really, you just have to tell Renaya if you found a book. That's it.
This I look up from I'm like falling asleep because I've said I'm going to sleep like 7 times. This is a bad time because I'm still going to go to sleep, and I don't want to intrude. But I would love to know more about this track fellow. It's very hard to gather information about him.
I
Just
would love
whenever
to tell you
have time tomorrow.
sometime tomorrow.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, but not tonight because I'm falling.
Well, I would very much like to take my time in how I tell you about Tarak. So tonight might not be the best.
However long you need.
And yes, Leshka, just so you know, it has to do with a bit of, maybe some philosophical advice on how society should go.
Very interesting.
That's
a
where I'll
good,
leave it, yeah.
a good read for someone of your station currently. Yes.
Well, yeah, yes.
You know, being the leader of New Athala and all that.
Speaking of that, because I haven't been doing that job, I would like to talk to the person who has been doing that job. Would you happen to know Charles? He would know who Charles is, I'd imagine, because Charles is a bit of a figure.
Hey, DM,
Maybe he wouldn't.
Has Leshka ever met Charles?
Odd or even?
There
Charles
was
has been a pretty
company
big
dinner,
deal.
A banquet.
Odd.
5?
Odd.
Odd?
5?
You have not met Charles.
I've not met Charles. Okay.
Well, here, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me observe the parameters of the sending spell.
I draw a picture.
To confirm,
I don't need to talk to Charles.
To confirm whether or not it could be a description of a person.
Well,
Okay, hold on.
I believe it's a creature you're familiar with.
A
yeah, I
creature
think
you are
so as well.
familiar with. Now, okay.
Well, it
now,
was worth a
now,
shot.
familiar. What do you mean? Let's see.
At
Oh my
least have been
gosh.
introduced or seen together.
Because here's
Oh
my
my
question,
God.
right?
No.
In theory, I can connect my mind with Edward. If he
No.
imagines,
No.
if he imagines Charles.
The answer, my son, is no.
Okay, Edward, I tried.
But I do respect the creativity.
Well, it was worth a try. I'll get
Perhaps-
connected with him soon. What's a couple more days?
Perhaps you can talk to Renaya in the morning.
However,
Yeah.
you have met Sam.
I have met Sam.
What?
Wait, when did I meet Sam?
the receptionist?
You've been to New Athala and Athala before.
All right, Edward.
Since the
Oh,
events
okay.
of the war, you
Well,
just didn't meet the leader of New Athala. You happened to meet
And you got
Edward's.
blocked by the
We prefer
secretary.
not to call it that. And then Edward will say, "Drat. Well, I'll have to get my word out to my receptionist named Sam, who has red hair, who used to work for Maxius. Oh no, Maxium. I'll have to
What was Maxius?
try to get
Oh,
word
you're
out
right.
to her.
It was Maxius. Good job,
I
bud.
agree. It was Max.
I did it.
Hold
And
on,
then
hold
Edward
on.
starts going-
Wait,
What?
wait just a second. Now,
How can I help you?
if a message were to be sent to this Sam, would she presumably be able to get it to Charles?
Well, yes, Sam is essentially the one that's working with Charles to make everything happen. Why?
Okay.
Why?
Now, if this is the redhead I'm thinking of,
Why redhead? It's just.
I think I've met Sam before. One
It was
time,
one
maybe twice.
blind speed date.
I went to
You
New Athala.
know
I think I was trying. I
Sam?
think I was actually trying to talk to you, but she stopped me.
Yeah, that was Sam. Okay, well, if you could send a message to
Okay,
Sam,
great.
that
Yep,
would be wonderful.
I will. All right. What do you want me to?
I'm so
what do
happy.
you want me to ask?
This is what you need to say. Sam, it seems more important matters have reached my attention this month.
Your 12 words.
I
in.
would like an update. I will be gone a few more days.
That's it. I think.
That's it?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
I say
Perfect. I
say
did
that.
it.
4 months later.
Leshka,
Mhm.
in your head.
Lydia wants it to go to the wrong Sam.
I saw that.
Well, my question is, how many Sams has Leshka met?
My response to Lydia was all of them, but
Yeah.
Oh,
you
no.
said it's like a group chat of just people named Sam
Well,
with
it's
red
Red
hair.
well, I was gonna say
Named
it's
Sam,
it's yeah,
that is
Sam with
fine.
red hair plus Leshka.
Yes.
That's the group chat.
yes. So, thankfully, it goes to the correct Sam, or at least the one that you know, who we're assuming is the Sam that works for.
It's my
I
I mean,
bestie.
I would know the Sam that works at Athala. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the right Sam.
Oh,
She's
there's an
competent,
awkward.
DJ.
There's,
Make her,
I
make
know.
her a
I'm
competent
trying to
communicator.
roleplay her correctly, Grant. Give me a second. I wasn't expecting to pretend to be your receptionist today.
Drew, chill.
I'm sorry.
Come on, DJ.
I saw
I'm
Lydia's
prepared.
chat. I saw Lydia's message in the chat.
Sam's Club.
Ah, nice.
Oh my goodness.
Athala is doing well. Charles has done a excellent job of managing. You did, however, miss the opening of the Scarlet Wall.
I thought it was a Crimson Wall.
The Crimson Wall. That's what she meant.
Just like the waist,
Was it?
it's interchangeable.
Yeah.
The Scarlet Crimson Wall.
Is that it?
I must admit,
Must
Must
admit.
admit. Boom. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. I assume he rebutted that to me.
No,
Like
no,
Leshka?
Leshka just kept it to himself.
Look, you're not part of the group chat.
Well, what did she say? What did she say?
Everything's on fire. The world is coming. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I knew you were kidding.
She said everything's going well so far. You missed the opening of the wall, whatever that means.
Oh, they're ahead of schedule.
And something
So
else, and then she got
frustrating.
cut off.
Well, I certainly wish I wouldn't have missed that. I guess they had no way of telling me, but they're ahead of schedule. I guess that's good. And all is well. Whew. Deep breath. That's good. That's
We
good news.
could
Thank
go
you.
there, like, if you wanted, like, well.
No. If I go, I won't leave. You
Oh,
understand?
well, that's good on you for having, some self-acknowledgement of maybe. I don't know where I was going. with
Your
that.
habits and trends.
I know what you're trying to say. You're a good man, Leshka. Thank you. I think it's about time for a nap.
Yes.
I'm
I
past
will
that. I'm just
see
on
you in the
floor.
morning. Thank you.
uh,
I kiss
Edward,
Leshka.
you-
I'm just kidding.
do you look at your book, Edward?
I forgot about my book.
It's the
Edward
thing
goes
that
back to
spawned
his
this
room.
conversation.
Edward goes back to his room.
Uh-huh.
And then he looks behind his shoulders, even though there's nobody around. And he, from under his vest, slides a book. I'm trying to look for something to roleplay this with. From out of his vest,
While this happens,
he
Leshka,
slides a book.
Nice.
while this happens, Leshka casts invisibility on himself and walks over to Ed, and I'm joking.
Nice.
You can if you want. I think that'd be fun.
No,
But
Leshka can't cast invisibility.
Aventhy is in the vents.
Edward
Yeah,
pulls
it's
out.
just among us.
Edward pulls out 7 habits for highly effective people.
Fair enough. That
No,
is
it's-
the teachings of Long and
It is a good.
No,
It's
no.
a good. Yeah,
It's the what's the name of this book? Describe this book to me that I have
So you-
unearthed.
You
I
pull
guess.
out a very old, dusty tome. However, it is rather elegant. Thank you. It has a kind of a how do I describe this? It has a like brown leather binding with patinaed coppered filigree on all of it, like on the corners, and as there's the crest in the center. If you keep the book tight, the edges are like gold leafed. You know what I'm talking about, like the fancy Bibles that would have that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Cool.
And then across it, and do you read Elvish, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, he's
Okay,
I'm a wood elf, half wood elf, I guess.
you're a half elf, technically.
Yeah.
buddy.
I will have you
Scaly
make
buddy.
a history check,
Jeez.
as it is written in that very, very old English as well, or old Elvish. Excuse me.
Okay. What kind of check? History check?
History check.
That's pretty good. Dirty 20.
Okay. While you don't pick it up quite as fast as Ebenthy, you have to read the paragraphs like 2 or 3 times to kind of really get the understanding of it. But you know across the title of the book is Insights of Lon and Tari.
That's good. This is what I wanted. Can I do some inner dialogue?
Of course.
Yes.
Insights of non-Antari.
Edward thinks to himself, I've been working with the Chosen for some time now. And although I trust them, I do fear that some of this information may sway their actions to something that I don't agree with. Hopefully what's in this book is helpful. And he begins reading,
Okay.
trying to glean the original instructions for proper society.
Okay. You read your way through a little bit of it. And there are 3 lessons that you get. And much like biblical text, there's a lot of stories, of proverbs, and analogies for getting these lessons across. But the gist of these,
Let me write these on a Jimmy John's napkin real quick.
I love it. So the first one that you get is to always seek to grow your understanding of yourself. I have made each of you individuals, thus you are different from every other person you encounter.
Okay. Perfect. That's awfully pleasant.
Always share in your riches of knowledge, love, kindness, and growth.
Well, this feels like less legislative and more advice driven.
This is just very wholesome,
still
like,
nice.
like mom advice.
Always respect everything around you as a sacred creation. There is no one higher than the other and none lower. All are equal and all are sacred. Now remember,
Don't be a jerk.
These are writings from before the beginning of the Age of Wisdom.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. So
This
Edward,
is before
yeah.
Asmodeus and all that type of stuff. Yeah.
Right. So more inner dialogue real quick. Edward just goes, interesting. For some reason I was expecting laws, but maybe this makes more sense. A tone at which individuals should treat one another. I don't see how this could be bad. I might have to give this to the Chosen. We'll see. For now, I'll keep reading.
Beautiful.
And then something terrible happens, I assume.
And then the whole keep blows up. No,
No, we're good?
you have been spending like an hour like reading through these and like trying to understand them.
Crying.
Yeah, you know, as the literally the words of the goddess of creation, the ones who created all things and created you and everything else. These are her personal words spoken to you in your mind. So yeah, you could, you know, you being you and your love for history and understanding and poetry and all this, it's kind of an emotional experience. It's definitely a very, for someone who's not very religious.
Skepticism, yeah, exactly. Along with the skepticism of the like inspiration of the gods, this is speaking to him. What a magical experience! If only Cather was here to talk about it with.
Yeah, you have a very interesting spiritual experience for reading these original words and texts. But it's also very mentally draining, as this is very academic in how you're having to go about it. Having to translate basically another language is kind of how you have to do it.
Okay, well,
you're tired after these two things. Yeah. You're like slowly falling asleep trying to get through like the second or third reading of this.
I have found something truly wonderful. And he packs it away, and he takes a fat Zoods.
Nice. You
and
guys
he
all
goes to sleep.
Fall asleep. You guys all wake up the next morning. Renaya has decided to quarantine herself for a few days until she figures out how to deal with the fact that she can't touch anybody. She can't do anything. So she's just going to hang out, just so you guys know. What would you guys like to do?
Well, let's see. Let me double check my list of things to do.
Edward was up quite late, so if there's anything they do, they'll probably have to get me. Just saying.
Well, I mean, we're back at the keep, so I should probably go about my daily chores, make sure that nothing exploded. I don't have to kill anything mysteriously.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a investigation check for me.
Okay. Investigation, that'll be a 20, dirty.
Okay. You go through doing your daily checks, reinforcing some spells, doing your daily spells that you're having to build up, much like how like a teleportation circle takes 100 days of casting or a year of casting to make it permanent. Some of those type of things. You do manage to get around to the teleportation circle, which has been a constant pain in the back of your mind because it's still not working and you don't really know how to fix it. And while there's not something there, you do notice that like there's like half of a modern leg sticking out of the circle.
Yeah, I will take that down. I'll just take that leg. Unbeknownst to the actual members of Fate's Gambit, Abinthy did request basically a secret laboratory below the vault. So he'll look up, double check to see if anyone's around in the main courtyard, and then he'll head into the vault and then down to the lower laboratory where he has just a bunch of like alchemy stuff and wizard garbage. It's enchanted to the 9 and back. And he'll also start constructing some stuff to help pool that magic. He'll start that down there and start doing some of that stuff.
You very quickly realize. Actually, make an Arcana check for me.
Come on, baby. Hand skate. This one's for you. Okay. That'll be another 29.
Okay, very nice, very nice.
Plus 13 to Arcana really goes a long way.
It goes a long way, friend. Yes, I remember when I played Absinthe, then I would get multiple plus 30 plus Arcana checks. It was awesome. So you kind of go about. You're just kind of dinking around. You're not really trying hard or anything like that, but you're dinking around as like, Elon Musk, like creating a computer program. It's like he writes it in 2 hours and it's, freaking Amazon or whatever.
Yeah. And half of the,
you got so many things
is just
wrong.
sweeping things away.
No, I'm just saying like, if he were to go code something, he could create something similar to a high-end product in like 2 hours.
It's like if Isaac Newton invented electricity.
Yeah.
Sure. But you're kind of dinking around, trying to go through. And two things. First of all, you realize that actually the process of pulling magic is going to be way harder than you thought it would be.
Oh, yeah. No, this was mainly, I just need to clean up a spot to start things.
Yeah. You kind of start tinkering around with some things. And you realize that while Audronite would the mana would replace Audronite as a component in the use of enchantment, high-end Audronite is probably going to be your best material to experiment with, as it's basically the natural form of what you're trying to do. It naturally pools magic and naturally holds arcane potential. And so you quickly realize that if you want to create any sustainable form of holding this magic, you're going to need high-end Audronite crystals.
Yeah. I'll work with that as I go. But yeah, and then I don't have a whole lot other than if we wanted to go try to like buy some stuff somewhere. Like I'm always looking for crafting materials. So
that sounds so fun.
You guys also were planning on going to the 9.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I made sure to put that later in the day, so that way if you want to do stuff during the day, that you could.
Yes, let's go.
As a point of order, how much money does Leshka have?
Well, let's go with like 400 platinum.
That's a lot. I'll take that. That's
being a librarian pays very well in this world.
Being a librarian in a secret order of librarians, is
also being friends with probably the richest people on this continent.
That's more
Also
so.
have these
Yes.
privileges.
Well, that's
Leshka
really
has
what
more
I was
friends
curious
than
about.
us, for sure.
Because, okay, so here's the thing. Leshka has more friends, but you guys are his rich friends.
It's fine, and I have the enemies, so it all balances out.
Yeah.
That was awesome. I love that. You guys are
We
the
need
rich
that
friends
on
of
a
Leshka.
shirt.
Leshka's the popular one at school. You guys are the rich ones at school.
That's
Yeah.
funny. That's funny.
So do you two have anything that you'd like to do during the day?
Anything that I would like to do. I make some tea when I wake up. and then I make sure that there's.
This is when
there's one
Edward
for
kisses
everyone.
Lishka.
This is yeah.
And then after that,
You could have just said no.
I read some poetry.
Oh my
Great.
god.
Okay.
You're the least
so-
interesting person I have ever
7
seen.
a.m. the usual morning
Morning
lineup.
lineup. So you guys go about just a few little random things.
Wait,
that-
Edward does a thing.
What would you like to do, Edward?
Do you drink the tea? I swear to God, Grant, I will go to your room.
I smell tea. He gets his things together. He goes down, saunters over to Leshka, and says, "Is that tea I smell?
Oh yes, it is. It's oolong.
I love oolong. Give me a
Why
cup of that
does Edward
sweet
sound like the
sippy."
Chestnut King?
And Edward gets some tea. But then after that, he
Uh-huh.
says, "I'll see you later, Leshka. Thank you for the tea. It was nice chatting about your early relationships." And then he walks back to his room. He'll also go down into his secret lair.
Ooh. So beneath the vault, beneath the secret layer, is Edward's.
No. There's
secret
it's
lair.
underneath his tower.
It's under my tower. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Under my tower.
They each have
Um,
their own secret room. That's just theirs.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's obviously it's darker. It's lit up by candles that don't emit smoke. They're special crafted. They kind of just burn. Is that a thing that exists? It is
Yeah. 100% out.
now. Yeah, there's dragon flowers planted here and there. There's like bottles of things and a bunch of stuff, and there's a bunch of books, bookshelves, and there's weapons, and there's a hung on the wall. There is a cloak, a dark purple cloak, with like very deep green under like wear. Not underwear, but clothes.
The
for
inner
under
lining,
cloak.
the inner lining of the cloak is a deep green,
Yeah.
while the outer
Yeah.
lining is a dark purple, like a
Yeah.
freaking eggplant.
And oh gosh darn it. Sure.
There's an eggplant in the under.
And Edward, oh my gosh. Moving on. Edward takes out his book and says, "I know it'll be safe here." And then he kind of puts it in the bookshelf with a few select selection of books. It's not very big.
Okay.
And then after that, he'll go back up to his main room, and eventually join the others.
Okay. Very nice.
I know
Yeah.
all that happened was that he put his book away. I just wanted to show off my secret room, okay?
Oh,
Look,
very cool.
It's
Yes.
a very important part of the character. Okay.
It's really cool.
I know. I built it.
Just wait until you guys see Cather's secret room.
I
It's
can't
empty.
wait.
It's completely
completely
empty. He hasn't
empty.
touched it once.
He's like,
What would
I
it
hate
be?
secret rooms.
There's like shuffleboard and a weight
For
set.
for a group that has a no secrets policy, the fact that each one of you has a secret room that nobody else is allowed to go into is kind of counterintuitive.
But we all agreed on each having a secret, so it all balances out.
Yeah. It's just somewhere that they could be alone without being disturbed. A safe place of their own.
Speaking of being alone,
There's also
with
blood on the
special
floor
people,
of my secret room here and there.
Hey, what you're into, Grant? You know, I'll leave it be.
And the slight
You know,
smell of dragon flower.
I am so upset.
I'm not.
So you guys spend the morning, you guys spend the afternoon hanging out, going about different things, kind of going through your rituals. It comes to be late afternoon, early evening. There's a scarlet letter burning in your pocket, Triplets.
I'm sweating. I'm like the Key and Peele gif. Just drenched. You know, I'm sitting in the garden courtyard in the center, waiting. Yeah, I informed you guys that that's where I'll be, so I shall await you there. Do you choose to arrive there?
I absolutely do.
Feels like a Dora episode. Do you
Yeah.
go to the courtyard?
Yeah, Edward shows up and he is in, his traveling gear. You know what I mean? He has all of his stuff on. He's got his weapon on him. He has his pack, all that stuff. He's ready to go. Yeah.
Meshka,
just a few minutes after Edward shows up in his pack with his pack and all that, Leshka just like saunters out like holding a book, and it looks up and is like, "Oh yes, that's right, we were leaving." He real quick puts his book away. It's like, "All right, let's go."
Fantastic. It's been a while since I've spoken to the Duchess. I don't. She's a very difficult person to explain. I will say that she is dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous. And she is cruel in the same way that a storm is cruel. It isn't unkind. There isn't such a thing as a mean storm. But she is cruel. Mind your step. You may feel as though it is a good idea to joke. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is not. Just play it by ear. I'm sure you'll be fine. You're all very charismatic people.
And you said that you were friends with this person?
Oh, friends. You could say that.
And you're
We know
confident
each other
they have
very,
information.
very, very well.
And you're confident they have. Sorry for interrupting. Keep going.
No, at one point in time, we were very, very close.
But less so now.
Well, some things occurred, and I haven't really been in the mindset to talk to her.
Right.
Which I feel incredibly guilty about, and I really hope she's not angry with me.
I mean, she did send you an invitation, so that's
Oh, she
a good
always
sign.
does. I pull out a stack. Of,
Just a
like,
thick stack wrapped in
Oh my
a
goodness.
rubber band.
That's a lot of
Let's see,
invitations.
it would be. Oh, since I was. I haven't talked to her for 16 years.
16 years.
Yes, give or take.
That's a long time to not talk to someone
Yeah,
that you used to be good friends with.
Oh, good friends, yes. But will she be able to help us? I don't know. But she is pretty much one of the only people that I have left to speak to. So I might as well give it a shot. And yeah. So there we go. I don't know how the DM, how does the letter work? Do I just open it?
Yeah, you open it and you see a gilded, very beautiful invitation to join her in her company whenever you would so desire. If that is the case, you may only speak your love to her. It's basically what you have to do.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Shows up with his homies.
This is a PG-13 stream, DJ.
I don't know. You picked her, and I have to describe her in like 6 seconds. So maybe, if the kids at home are under like 13, maybe, skip the
Maybe I
next
just
20
send you a
minutes.
saucy text. I just send a selfie. You up? And then I go.
To the 9 hells.
I
To the
will.
nine hells. He opens this, and you watch as his cheeks instantly go crimson, and sweat starts to kind of pull down his side. You also notice some other intimate details about different things, but I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, I'm
exactly
mainly
what it is.
sweating. My hands are shaking.
A lot of blood.
But I
you know.
will lean in and I will say, love of my love, heart of my heart, I'm sorry. And that is all.
My eyes are watering. I'm so afraid.
You whisper this towards the letter, which, by the way, has perfume on it. It is scented with her scent.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
definitely why
no.
I'm crying.
My love, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, it's onions. That's the scent,
I imagine Abinthy just like Like it dramatically turns over his shoulder
Yeah,
and
I'm
just
like-
whispers into the car.
No,
He
it's
has a
not as
rose.
cool.
He has a rose.
It's
or
like
something.
it's
It's
like
not as cool.
it's like I get a text from my crush, but I don't want anyone else to see it, so I'm like,
Oh, sorry.
No,
He's,
and
like,
and
embarrassed.
except Leshka is like using prestidigitation just to make his cape billow just a little bit.
oh, I can just
I
do that
love
as a
it.
bonus.
I know,
did-
I know.
do
He has a
that.
capability.
I know.
Below.
You whisper this, and instantly, all three of you find yourselves whisked away in a moment of passion, almost in a moment of
Is this just Gratz?
Hey,
I'm really
did
nervous.
we
Find
just show
yourself-
up at Grotz's palace?
it's just Gratz's power. No, it's an interesting sensation as your brain is filled with dopamine and serotonin, or not serotonin. What's the
Yeah,
other-
that's a good
Yeah, that's-
one.
that's a
Adrenaline,
serotonin.
probably.
no, melanin is in your skin.
Oxytocin.
It might be
Melatonin.
oxytocin and the S one. Anyway, you're filled with all of the pleasure chemicals in your brain. All of these things that lead to the sensations of ecstasy and happiness and desire. All of these things instantly fill your mind as your eyes roll back. You then hear massive crashing of boulders. You open your eyes and you find yourself at the base of a mountain that seems to be constantly erupting, but it's not a volcano. It is constantly exploding in on itself as from the top breaks off and the bottom constantly grows. This ever growing and changing landslide.
Oh.
As the mountain basically, almost like a fountain is kind of how you can think of it, a fountain of a mountain. At the base of it, you can see these massive boulders of adamantine that these towers are built off of, with these chained bridges that have like cage fences over the top of them, so you can't actually leave the bridge. You couldn't jump the bridge. Comes from one pillar to this central fortress built on this massive block of adamantine. You see the most incredible and terrifying prison that you have ever seen in your life. Welcome to Malbog.
Alcatraz. Sorry, what was that?
Malbog. The sixth layer of the nine hells, the demonic prison.
Doesn't sound very scary. Melbog? Sounds like a friendly NPC.
But it was a
Malbog.
name at one point in time. Yes. Well, shall we go?
Edward yells over the erupting mountain. He just yells, I sure know. I sure hope you know how to get back.
Oh, I know this place well.
Okay, well, you lead the
You-
way, and please tell us if we need to know anything.
Watch your step, and you step in a pool of acid, die.
You guys slowly make your way through this. You have to traverse and navigate basically a constant landslide, trying not to get run over by random boulders that come crashing by, and the constant fight. It's almost like fighting in, you know how you like fight to go up a sand dune where it's like every step you take you go down 6 inches. It's like for every foot you make you go down 6 inches. It's very similar, except there's a lot more what's the word I'm looking for?
Chaucer.
Starts with an S. Oh yes, Chaucy. And there's a lot more
The return
Serotonin.
no, it's a word for like loose rock. It starts with an S. I can't remember.
Gravel.
Strassi.
No.
Silty.
No.
Sooty.
But Edward, you had a question?
Slippery.
So are we simultaneously still feeling this ecstasy while we're here?
No,
Or we're-
that has slowly
that
begun
just
to
was-
wean off.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
You guys begin making your way up to the prison. Eventually, you find yourself at the base of this massive adamantine slab, and there is carved into it a winding staircase that makes its way up. You follow it up, try not to slip. It's actually very slick as it's been shined and polished. You can kind of think of adamantine as like raw metal is kind of how it is. So there's raw metal stairs that have no texture to them, just completely smooth slabs make their way up and up. You find yourself just outside of the prison. Ebanthy, you go much like you normally do, to knock on the front door. And again, you guys find yourself filled with those emotions of ecstasy, with the dopamine and the serotonin and all those happy chemicals. And once again, you find yourself transported. Triplewitz, this is the normal thing. You know, you have to get to the plane, and then you have to actually present yourself to the prison before you find yourself in the warden's chambers. All three of you are teleported. The first thing you notice is that the bleak demeanor of the outside landscape and the ever-changing landscape are almost silent. You can still hear the ever-faint rumbling, but it is well insulated in here, and there's barely any noise that comes in and out. It's a much more deafening silence compared to the loud rumbling constantly around you. It almost sounds like there's constantly an earthquake around. It's kind of how you could think of it when you're outside. In here, it is warm. There are rugs. There's a fireplace. There's 2 fireplaces on opposite ends because the room is so big that are roaring with a gentle fire. You can see that there's a couple of lounging chairs. There's a bed. There's a desk. These are very, very well decorated chambers. You also see many chains hanging from the ceiling with cuffs on them. You see many different instruments of torture. There's several whips along the wall. There's several swords along the wall. There's several instruments of pleasure, we'll say. A lot of different tools. Yes.
So many whips.
A lot of different tools. Lounging on the bed. You almost look away abashed.
Kiamora?
Yes, exactly.
Hello, friends.
This is like the prison. We're in the prison, right? Or did we get teleported elsewhere? We're inside this prison.
You're inside the prison, or at least you assume.
Got
But
it.
almost unable to look at her for embarrassment on your own part. You see lounging on the bed this incredibly beautiful, intoxicating, sexy woman. She is copper toned in her skin, completely flawless in it. She wears these like 8-inch heels that are thigh high.
Stilettos.
They are sharpened.
Like 8-inch heels. They are sharpened to a point with these golden accents that crest them, these little filigrees that crest all around. She has on very, very little for the rest of her. Basically just enough to just cover the fine details.
To keep it PG-13 close enough.
Yeah.
To make fan art Twitter friendly.
Yes.
She has this silky, beautiful, copper toned hair that flows off her head. She has eyes that you notice they're sharp, they pierce, they almost look like they're seeing through you and seeing all the details. You almost feel like naked in front of her. Like you feel like she's seeing right through all of your lies, all of your deceit, through anything and everything that you'd ever want to keep hidden. It feels like she sees right through it. She has on a few other little adornments. She is covered in a large amount of jewelry. She has cuffs along her bicep and along her wrist. She has large necklaces that come along. She has large earrings. Her ears are like semi-pointed, almost elvish in nature, at which point she has several piercings through them and several chains that hang down through them. She has these 2 large curving horns that come back and out and around that have been, they're kind of a brown, like a light tan horns that have a number of little chains and golden adornments along there. And she has these 2 large leathery wings, almost like a succubus, that have been tucked back behind her, along with a number of chains all around her and everything like this. It's a terrifying, intoxicating sight as you realize that this woman can and will do anything that she wants to anybody that she wants.
Edward, just I was just gonna mumble the triplets.
You all stand there, almost a little unsure what to do, kind of looking towards Triplewitz.
I would know to introduce her and my friends, correct?
Yes and no. It's interesting
Okay.
because there is like
Both.
traditional mannerisms that must be brought about, you know, respects that must be paid, but also it's like she's your girl, you know, so like
Well,
kind of, you know,
it's more like I'm her man.
you know, that's fair. That is a
Like,
better way of putting it. She does not need a man, but she has chosen to have you, and you don't get to say it.
This doesn't
You
sound
sit there, not
healthy.
quite sure how to approach or what to say before this elegant grin spreads across her face. Rekama.
Oh, I told you never to call me that in front of my friends.
Leshka like turns behind the three of them like somebody else came through with them.
I suppose introductions are in order. Sorry to keep it so formal at the start. This is, I point to Edward. This is a recent friend of mine. His name is Edward N. Fellows. He is the
It's nice to meet you. Honored.
Her eyes flick to you, Edward, and slowly assess you from head to toe, and then from toe to head, before slightly turning her head, almost with a look of disapproval.
What?
Have you
How
seen me?
dare you?
But Edward's
he
the
is,
hot one now.
An
I know.
established,
I know.
an established diplomat, member of Fate's Gambit, and a very reliable man in my experience.
Maybe it's a good thing.
I see you brought us a man of power. You know how I love to play with men of power.
Ah, yes. I move quickly on to Leshka. I say, this is another friend of mine.
Edward's sweating.
This is Leshka. Leshka is a member of the Scholar's Guide, a very accomplished one. Truth be told, I'm sure that you have many other feats. I heard rumor that you stopped an outbreak of some form of undead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, nothing quite to the magnitude of Fate's Gambit within recent history. And I've been around. You know. Yeah.
You two? Oh, yes. Don't mean to interrupt.
I see. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well, Leshka.
Hi.
Tell me, do your scales cover all of you?
Oh, yeah, embarrassing in front of my friends again.
Yes.
Excellent.
You two.
So, my love,
Edward. Leshka just gives a confused look to Edward.
I love
Edward just
Leshka.
shrugs back.
You two.
Stay strong, buddy.
If I may be honored to introduce you, my dear. This is Duchess Glossia, Archdevil, daughter of Asmodeus, and Lord of the Sixth Layer of Hell.
Yes, you.
Yes,
Leshka.
This is my hand for the DM.
I know. Yes, Leshka.
Does Leshka know anything about the Duchess?
History check. So how's it
Apparently.
going?
Oof. I know nothing, apparently.
What'd you get?
A natural one.
Oof.
There we go.
You know
hold
very
on.
little.
If I get to have a total of 9.
Okay. Yeah. You know the basics. You know that she is a archdevil, specifically the ruler of the sixth layer of hell, and the warden of the demonic prison on this layer, which is basically the entirety of the layer. The layer is this ever-changing mountain and the prison. There's nothing else beyond.
Uh-huh.
That's what you know.
And do I know, with my knowledge of the wonderful Gratz, who is also the son of Asmodeus, that these two are?
You do not know that Gratz is the son of Asmodeus.
I don't know that.
It's
Okay.
not common knowledge.
Okay. That's what I would need to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
You rolled a nat 1 and learned that you knew less than you thought you did.
Well, again, Drew knew
Yeah.
Gratz was the son of Asmodeus. I didn't know if Leshka knew that. That's why I was asking.
Just a little joke. Yo.
So, why have you come to join me now, of all times? It has been many years since I have been blessed with your company, my friend.
Well, I am afraid to disappoint you, but I
And
fear
yet you
that
have
Well, yes. I am sorry. I have not been well since you know what happened. But some event have occurred, and I was hoping that you would be able to help me. And I know that it is terribly rude of me to present myself as such after not having spoken with you for so long. I would understand if you killed me on the spot, in all honesty. I am truly and deeply sorry.
She swings her long, smooth legs off of the bed.
She is like 9 feet tall, right?
Yeah, she's 8 feet tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just long legs as in like, nice long legs, like long legs, like they're, 4 feet, 5 feet long.
Like the height of Leshka.
Yeah. I mean, actually, it's really both, but she almost stalks over to you, kind of approaching you like a like a cat approaching like a mouse that's stuck in a corner, kind of amused almost. Before as she does, she's slowly shrinking down to that of about a 6 foot tall woman. So she's still tall, but she shrinks down before she comes up to you, and you're kind of looking away, but she just takes your chin and lifts your face to look at her. My love for you is all encompassing. Anything you need. Before she traces her thumb over your lips before slowly pulling back and then going in, sitting and lounging in one of her chairs, much closer now, a little bit more relaxed, it seems like.
Well, on the bright side, it's something that you may enjoy. I pause momentarily to determine how much I'm willing to speak on the matter, and then I go, "It's Duchess Glacia. What can go wrong?"
Exactly.
Do you know anything of the Halak?
It is a demonic prophecy of how they will overthrow me and my fellow archdevils.
Okay. That is interesting, actually. So, I have a friend. Well, actually, I don't know if I could call her that yet. I would like to think that we could be friends in the future. She is in a undisclosed but pretty readable relationship with your brother.
Is she? My little baby brother having a relationship. I never thought I'd see the day.
So
and
sorry.
Not like his
so
normal
sorry.
ones. Yes?
Leshka, you're interrupting.
I apologize. Just to clarify, you mean you are related to the Grots?
Yeah, just for a point of clarification. So she's basically ignored you two since you guys were introduced. She's been looking at Triple Wits this entire time, unbreaking eye contact. As soon as you interrupt, she looks at you with like a fire in her eyes, like how dare you interrupt the love of my life. So you look at it and you continue to speak, but you instantly feel a little smaller, a little
it's fine. Lashka's used to it. You're talking about like Grots, like the Demon Prince.
Yes.
Edward puts a hand on Leshka's arm and just kind of pulls him back a little bit.
I do lean back and I go.
Like it's like
Leshka's face of shock does not stop for like the next minute.
Questions, save them until afterwards.
It is shocking that one so ugly could be related to one so beautiful. I know. I understand.
Dang, she really just did a little brother like that. It's like the couples, like married couples that have been together for a while. When like one of the one of the partners puts their hand on the arm of the other partner when they're talking too long.
Hey, okay,
And they just
all right,
stop.
all right, honey.
Yeah, it's like that. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay, honey, okay, Leshka, that's about.
This is the sixth time you stole the story about, your World War II plane model. Okay, we get it.
Yes. Unfortunately, there's been a bit of conflict. The Demon Lord Baphomet has hold over her, in a way
What?
that... Yes.
That's basically. I won't say it because my brother. I will hold my tongue. Continue.
And simply, it isn't though... Well, frankly, I'm hoping that you can just break some rules for us. She has been in distress for a while and would greatly like to communicate clearly with him in some way, but I'm no longer as strong as I once was.
That breaks my heart to hear. But unfortunately, my restrictions and bonds have been increased since my time with you. And as she says this, she kind of flexes her forearms, and you literally see like literal chains, like almost ethereal in nature, kind of hanging from her wrists. But I have been known to bend what little rules can hold me. While I cannot talk with him or bring him or do anything like this, I can send you to him.
I give a look over at Leshka and I say, so is the problem that she can't get there?
If Baphomet is involved, I would imagine his zealous jealousy has a part to play.
Yes, again, from what I understand, it's less of a issue of Renaya is incapable of seeing and or talking to gods. It's more like she just would get in a lot of trouble if she did.
That
Fair.
means we still can.
And would it be possible, perhaps, to bring us there stealthily so that Baphomet would not know that she had made contact with him,
I know
even if it is only once?
the hidden passages between the planes. I think for perhaps a favor in the future, I would be happy to send my love's friends and himself to see my little baby brother.
This is Leshka actually raising his hand now.
Oh my god.
Yes,
This
you,
guy.
You're rather cute. I like your demeanor. Yes, speak, mortal.
So now when you say favor, who exactly would owe you the favor? Like, would it just be Mr. Abinthy here, or like all of us? Like as a collective?
I would like all of you. Perhaps as a group, perhaps individually. I will allow you to choose that. Nothing too terrible. Perhaps just for playdates, maybe.
Oh dear.
I don't want to know what she thinks a playdate is.
I don't think
There's like full-on swords in this
I
room.
don't think Leshka would make it out alive.
Or perhaps not. The details can be worked out later. Just a sign of good faith for me sticking my neck out.
I should mention, I feel as though I failed to get this across, at least for Leshka. And Leshka, you can stop me if I'm wrong. Leshka is not entrapped by the traditional sorcerment of seduction, on average. Am I correct there, Leshka?
Yeah.
That's a very long way of saying he doesn't swing a way.
In fact, he kind of swings no ways.
He's just straight down.
An interesting challenge.
That's certainly a way to look at it. I would, you know, that we've talked about respect before.
Nonetheless,
Edward has been bright
I
red.
am
He's
not-
visibly uncomfortable.
I say needing physical affection, at least not from two of you. There is one who I have missed deeply.
Wiping sweat from his brow.
Do this favor, and I will grant you your wish.
Very well. Obviously, so recently she got cursed. So she's not current. Ooh, that's interesting. Hey, what do you think would happen if the curse was between her and Grotz? just as a question.
I cannot send her. Only you three.
Okay. All right.
Although that is an interesting thing to think about, actually.
Oh yeah, let's just make the two lovers have to kill each other. Isn't that great?
I mean, it'd be pretty easy. The demon just bam, bring her back.
She's the Halakian.
But very well. Also, I don't suppose you happen to speak. What languages do you speak? I know that you weren't incredibly close with your father. A bit of an understatement.
Wow,
but we
bringing
recently-
up her dad after 16 years.
We recently encountered a language before any recorded knowledge of it, and out of the people that we know who would know how to speak it, unfortunately, Asmodeus is one of them.
My father has sought fit more to punish than to educate me on his ways.
I figured as such.
I'm afraid I would be unaware of. Or most likely, I would only be able to confirm if I see it. But more than likely, I would not be able to translate it if it's something only my father could.
And do I know, she's the older sister of Grotz. Do I know if she would have been, when did she show up?
Not really, no. Asmodeus, at the start of the Age of Pandemonium is when he was banished to the Nine Hells. By the end of the Age of Pandemonium, which was 7,000 years later or something like that, he had amassed quite the number of devils. So sometime during the Age of Pandemonium is when it's believed that Glacio was born at some point. But as to when that is, and the devils and demons didn't have a whole lot of involvement actually during the Age of Pandemonium. That's when that's when the Nine Hells, devils didn't exist technically. They were all fiends at that point. So devils were really just trying to tame, quote unquote, the Nine Hells.
Okay.
At that point.
Well, just off of a quick, does the word justitia mean anything to you?
No.
Okay. Well, let me double check my notes to make sure that there isn't anything else that I need to cover.
Aside from me, obviously.
I mean, obviously. Does the name Zood's Thrim mean anything to you?
Ooh. Interesting. Okay.
Ooh. Come on, Drew.
Ooh.
Does the name Zood's Thrim mean anything?
Hey, this is a tip for everyone watching. If at any point in time you have the option to date someone who is
a very powerful being.
Yeah, someone incredibly strong and powerful. The benefits.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I do not recall anyone by the name of Zood's Thrim. But perhaps at some point, maybe. It sounds old.
Yes, I assume as much.
What period would this be from? Are you trying to ask me about?
Heavens. Well, I suppose I should say hells. It has been. It's a very old name. What it would be?
It would have been during
That's
the
before the
age
trial.
That's like Pandemonium, right?
well, it was in theory.
Maybe pre-Pandemonium.
Before the age of wisdom is a safe bet.
Well, I think it was like during the trial, right? Like that these people were active. Because the trial was when like the rod was being used to like destroy stuff.
Something around there.
And like these people are somehow connected to like Ruah and stuff like that. So
it would be connected to a period near or around the trial.
My involvement during the trial was minuscule.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know this name, I don't think.
That's
But I might be able to ask around maybe a little bit.
I do plan on trying to stay in contact better.
That brings great joy to my heart. However black it is.
But I'm frankly I'm out of questions for you.
If you are so gracious to allow, I have a question.
I swear he's a good guy. He's a good person.
Oh, rather charming, I think. You've stayed quiet like a good little boy. Speak.
We came under the information recently that the Fae has opened their borders to the other realms.
Yes.
And we also have heard that the Anathema have been active alongside the Fae. I'm wondering, do you know of anything that might be of knowledge that would help us in this predicament?
I know of the Fae and the opening of their borders. It's rather controversial, but the Anathema is not a name I know.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, I'm so deeply sorry once again, for I have not been able to regale you with tales of the outside, but there is I'm embroiled in another situation where I need to attempt to save the world potentially. There's a lot of things going on. It's a very long story. Although up until now, it's been pretty bland. I don't mean to intrude. This is probably the time. Do you have a spare room for them?
Or we could just go back to the keep where we were.
Or yeah, if you maybe
we'll need to go to Gross's palace.
Oh, do we want to do that right away?
Too much. I don't know how to get you back.
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean,
whatever you think is best.
I think you used to have a lovely guest room.
If they do not wish to enjoy themselves,
that is fair. It's an open option.
Then
This would be considered an open relationship.
I think I will pass on.
Do not interrupt me, Wattles.
I was just trying to answer the question.
Shh. Edward shushes Leshka.
To be fair, she actually might like that. Someone who can stand up to it. It's pretty good.
If you wish to stay in another room, there are several that you can have access to. However, if you wish for me to send you to my brother, I am able to do that whenever.
I would like to wait for Aventhy. I think Leshka and I will be just fine together.
Very well. Well, I mean, it's been... I checked my non-existent watch. I suppose it wouldn't be too... Would we be able to stay the night, my dear?
Well, you might.
Edward looks at Aventhy like he's crazy.
As you'd like. And at this point, she stands and does her model walk over to you guys as she slightly pushes Aventhy off to the side and then grabs the two boys and just kind of like shuffles them out. And you see her on her way. She grabs a copper whip as she's shuffling you out and then shoves you out the door and slams the door shut. Before you hear her
grab a copper whip, which is concerning.
You almost hear her or maybe growl. You're not quite sure. There's some kind of animalistic noise that comes out of her
starts
from the
with
other
combat
side.
to the death.
With this, fading to black for the sake of
PG-13,
brevity.
everybody.
We are going to go ahead and
I'm
take
rattled.
our break at this moment. We'll be back in just 10 or 15 minutes. All the time that Triple Wits can last, really. But
Wow.
we're going to go ahead and take our 10 or 15 minute break. And then we will go ahead and be right back as we send the boys to go hang out with Grotz on the perfect episode. When Lydia's
boys
not here.
Cooking
I'm excited.
episode. We're just gonna go make food.
Gonna
So
make
yeah,
some
we'll be back
brats
in just a
and
little
talk
bit.
about football.
That's right. All right, and we are back. We open on a calm morning. You know, the morning after. You know, you pick up your heels and you get walking. You get a
I'm
step.
smoking a cigarette.
Oh, so this is the morning after,
Mhm.
and hopefully Leshka and Edward had a restful night.
It's
Because
hard
I mean, we are in
when
this
you
like
your neighbors
devil
across
prison.
the hall. You know.
Oh gosh, that's what I was worried about. We don't have to describe it in detail.
No. I won't go into any details aside from the fact that you can hear things.
Regardless, also DJ, I rolled for reasons other than the obvious. Abinthy did not sleep last night.
Okay. Yeah.
Exhaustion point.
Just no.
Hey, it
not
takes
quite.
a while.
It technically is
Just
2
for the
days
sake of a
not
brevity,
sleeping.
Aaron.
Oh, I see.
Glacia would have, aside from the night's activities, she would have stayed up with you too.
Yeah, I imagine that it's a like we go to sleep and then she wakes up and I'm just silently sobbing.
She's just
side.
cradling
And
you.
It's
A
just,
good
she
straight
just, like,
chest.
hugs for like the next 5 hours.
Yeah, basically.
They just cuddle and cry.
Yeah, well, I
Did they-
cry.
He cries. She
Huh?
tries to encourage him. Yeah. It's
What?
Actually, very
while
wholesome.
there's a lot that goes on with the relationship, it is still a supportive
Look,
relationship.
we're freaks, but
freaks need each other sometimes.
exactly, we're here for each other, and that's what matters.
Drew, I'm so proud of you. Like,
Oh,
good job, buddy. Anyway,
okay.
Anyway, so in the
Very
morning,
nice.
yeah.
um,
You guys all awake. None of you well rested at all.
Edward, Edward,
Yes.
can you move your leg? That's you're beneath my back right now.
They
Really?
do only
Oh, I'm
have
so
one
sorry.
bed.
That's
I thought you were
There's
a
only
pillow.
ever one.
You'd think that these beds would be bigger.
I think that's actually counterintuitive, but
Well,
okay.
I
Is
don't
it
feel
morning
comfortable
yet?
leaving
It
until
feels
we are
like,
retrieved.
It feels like it's been about 8 hours, right?
Look,
knocked on the
I
door.
don't even know. Oh, thank God. I don't even know if I could sleep even if it was middle of the night. Who is it? Please
I
be
believe
Abinthy.
that we are. Is everyone decent?
Yes, we are decent.
As we
It's
just
me-
slept fully clothed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Edward's
same.
still in his travel.
I was
gear.
gonna say we didn't change.
Quote unquote
Um,
slept.
I'll
Yes,
open.
come in.
I'll open the door. Glacia is ready to teleport us now, I believe.
Okay.
Plane shift us or whatever.
That
brand it
is lovely. Right.
What's happening?
And I suppose Edward, are you ready? I'm ready.
Just tired. Abinthy.
Yes.
He motions you closer.
I close the door and walk in.
Uh-huh.
Edward just goes, I don't know how to say this.
Yeah.
I just-
What was?
I didn't
what
ex-
just, what? What's? What?
I didn't
okay,
expect you
I
to be
figured-
intimate with this devil.
I figured, yeah, maybe we would talk about this after we left, but now's as good a time as any.
We don't
What?
have to now. I'm just shocked. I thought you were but a tailor that was traveling. And here we are in this devil prison.
And
No,
like,
it's my
and like
kind.
you saved the world once. What is that about?
Oh,
Oh,
sure.
well, saved the world is probably an exaggeration. Prevented the necessity of saving the world. That's probably closer. I am an old man now. Well, I'm older. I'm not quite. I'm like 47. But when I was a younger man, I did many things. I'm the freest man in the world in some regards. All tailors are. We go where we please. We travel as we will. For Glacia, who is both warden and prisoner of the sixth layer, that is a rather attractive trait. I ended up being invited to a banquet of hers. How the kids say we hit it off. I survived, and
You
We've
survived.
been very close ever since.
Okay, well, that makes sense, I suppose. You better traveling and whatnot. You said that it would be a long story. And we don't have to get into it now, but if you don't mind, I would love to hear it sometime.
A story of what specifically? Of me meeting Garcia, or?
Well, you had mentioned that things you preventing the saving of the world, as you say,
Oh, time and time.
and you said that it hasn't been easy, and it felt all very cryptic. I'm not trying to know things that I shouldn't, but I mean, we've worked together for so long. Please, I would love to know sometime. If you have some sort of story of yours, I mean, you know mine.
Absolutely. Well,
This would
yes.
we should sit and have a drink or something.
I would love to regale you with some tales of what I've been through. May I suggest after visiting Grotst?
Absolutely. And I'm sorry, I've never asked. I just assumed that.
Understandable. I've worked very hard to maintain a neutral countenance.
Also, while we're on the topic of visiting Grots, I thought about this as I was attempting to fall asleep last night. Something to maybe consider before we go over there is what we are possibly okay or not okay with revealing in the context of how mad Renaya might get at us and how okay we are with that. because
Drew's like, listen, guys, you live with Lydia, so I want to make sure she doesn't stab you in your sleep tonight.
because the thing is, right? Renaya has confided in me a few more things than she has with you, and I think, given the fact that if we are planning on visiting Grotz, it is important for you guys to know this. I don't think Grotz knows that Renaya isn't allowed to talk to him or see him.
Okay.
As to if he know, and I don't know if that's because like he doesn't know anything about like Baphomet stuff either, or if he knows, but he like that like she's like technically working under Baphomet now. I don't know what he doesn't know or does not know. I just do know that he does not know why it is she can't talk to him or see him.
Truth be told, I had not planned on revealing a whole lot. I assumed that Renaya had not been able to speak to him, therefore he wouldn't know whether or not she was okay. I don't know if he knows nothing, then there's a possibility that he feels rather scorned. I know that Glossy and I, obviously, we weren't able to speak for a long time, but our relationship was founded over many, many years. And even so, it even took some conversation last night to kind of smooth things over. At the minimum, I would simply like to tell him that she is okay and that there are things preventing her from speaking and that he did nothing wrong, but if we were to inform him of much, then she may be put in danger.
Right. Yes, and which I think is also perfectly. I think that's a very good thing to do. I think I just grow weary because if we reveal too much, there's a chance that Grotz might attempt to do something regrettable, and then Renaya will get upset at him and upset at us, and it just won't be good.
I just simply want to make sure that we can give Renaya some peace of mind, and I don't know if Grotz needs it, but I know that if I were in his position, I might as well.
Right.
Well,
yes.
personally, knowing Grotz as much as I do, which isn't particularly well, but for some reason it's been a while since I've met Grotz.
I mean, it's been about 3 years. So.
From what I can think is Grotz is very sure of what he wants, And I'm afraid of him thinking that we're between him and what he wants. So at the very least, I want to assure him that we are not separating him and Renaya in any way, or whatever, anything like that. I don't know what's going to happen.
We are simply acting as liaisons. I wish
And honestly,
would have asked her if there was anything that she specifically wanted to get across to him.
fair, but honestly, more than that, right? You know, I sure hope that all is well and good. But at the end of it, Grotz in the past, because of our happenings with Renaya, has given us some aid. If there's any reason he doesn't feel comfortable with what's happening with the Fae, and possibly the Anathema if he's aware of them, then I'm hoping maybe we can tell him, and perhaps he would help us in some way.
That is a very fair point. Grotz might be able to also provide some information, and he seems to be a little more informed, maybe. There's a chance that he's a little more informed as to the goings-ons.
And at the very least, he knows me.
Well, I mean, he knows me too. I met him too.
What? Am I forgetting something?
Well, I mean, we met like back in when like we first summoned him at the library to like go fight the Fae guy. Like it was
I forgot
myself,
that's how it happened.
Renaya, and Havel.
Right? You were there. You died that day.
Well, was it that?
A different day.
What was it that day?
I
No, I think it was a different one.
No, because I didn't die at the library. I died at.
Yeah,
I died
and there's
at.
also a
I don't
possibility that
know.
I assume that you probably would have seen Grotz within the
Edward
3-year
still
time
says
period,
you
even if it was
died
early
that
in the
day.
3 years or something.
Yeah. Edward still says you died that day.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I don't know your character stuff. I don't know what I'm talking.
Oh well, that's good too. Yes, he's met you. I'm sorry, my
Yeah,
memory
I'm
slipped.
sure. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it'll be great. It'll be great.
Well, I know
Yes.
nothing about him. As long as
Well,
I'm
apparently,
more concerned for Renaya's relationship.
right.
honestly.
Yes.
That's what my goal would be.
Well,
At this point, you hear a knock on the door.
Yes,
I think that's our cue to
hello?
leave.
Edward immediately blushes. He's nervous.
I open the door.
You see the familiar sight. It's the first time for Edward and Leshka this morning. But Glacia is there, waiting on the other side, dressed in somehow less clothes and yet more clothes. As she has a like silk kind of robe that's just open in the front. She hasn't tied it in the front, and there's nothing else. So that's, but she stands there. Are you all ready?
I believe so. You would also notice Avanti does seem more comfortable now.
Oh.
You also notice a number of bruises along his neck. If you were to
Just the
look,
whole body
within
is
his
black and blue.
Okay. All right. But at least he's more relaxed. That's good.
Yes. I believe so. Are you all packed? Everything ready?
Yes. He picks up his pack.
Hi, ready? Yes.
Good.
Yes, my Duchess.
I will need you all to stick out your hands. She then goes across and she takes out a dagger. You don't really know where it came from, but she takes out a dagger and she makes a small cut across each of your pointer fingers before pulling back ever so slightly. And then she kind of holds her hand out and a small stream of blood comes from each of your fingers and kind of all come together to create this, not ever touching or congealing, but to create this small circle of circles. Within it, you then see her kind of just lean forward and, much like whispering to a lover, she begins whispering these arcane words, these spells, before eventually it slowly begins to glow. There's this faint, kind of like a glowing maroon, it's a kind of glowing red, I guess. That glow slowly unwinds itself from the circle before coming back to each of your fingers, which still has blood flowing out of them. And as
This
soon as
better
it
not
does,
be a curse.
oh, she's cursing all of you.
I'm used to it.
As soon as the glow hits your fingers, you each are once again filled with that sensation of desire and ecstasy and all of those happy emotions.
Euphoria.
Euphoria.
It's
That's
just
a
like
great way to
drinking
summon it.
tea.
Yes, just like drinking tea. Before you find yourself outside the gates of Grot's palace, the Argent Palace. You see familiar dark landscape all around you, rocky and jagged as this palace rests on the cliffside. You see the great expanse into nothingness on the bottom of the cliff. You feel the wind as it pulls through your hair and your clothes and ripples away at you. And in front of you, you see the mirror-like surface of the palace. A familiar place.
Edward speaks up and says,
To Edward.
Sorry.
Okay.
sorry. Yeah. Edward says, it's been a while since I've been here. Be on guard, but don't be rude. It's possible that Gratz is not happy.
Well, I know that I've been doing a lot of the leading, but this seems to be your jurisdiction, Edward. Lead the way, Mr. Fellows.
And Edward says, just look presentable. And
I
he
always do.
kind of picks himself up, puts a smile on his face, and walks into or towards the palace, however this works.
I will bonus action cause my cloak to billow and then say left tie. And my shift weave turns into a beautifully tailored suit.
Nice.
My cape shifts into being a short cape pauldron that hangs off to the side.
Heck yeah. With the
beard
ever so
is a
slight
little more
billow, yeah.
pointed.
Yeah.
Just absolute swagger.
Nice. Leshka?
Is
He wipes some dust off his skin.
Leshka looks at Abinthy like this whole display, and he just like he just casts prestidigitation just to like
Make a bow tie go around his neck.
just to freshen himself up. Yeah. And he just makes a very just a bow tie just to randomly appear.
Nice.
that's cool.
You guys all enter into the palace, as you can just enter.
Okay, sweet.
You enter into the grand foyer before making your way down and into the central event hall, basically.
The foyer.
You see lying in front of you. The palace seems emptier, sadder, almost. A little bit, almost like the whole palace itself is depressed. There's not as many candles lit. It's more of a darker tone to it.
The rooms aren't occupied.
There's not, frivolous beings enjoying themselves everywhere, as per many of the occasions that you have visited this palace.
It even smells sadder.
It smells
Somehow,
normal.
yes.
That's not how it's supposed to
Yeah,
smell.
There's no smells of perfume and sweat everywhere.
Oh gosh.
In front of you, you have the massive crimson carpet. You see the throne on the other side. And on two sides of the walls, you see two massive portraits painted. You see one of Renaya sitting in Grotz's throne,
Dang.
which has been there for a while. That's been there a long time. On the other side, you see something new to Edward, new to all of you. All of this is new to Triplewitz and Leshko, but specifically new to you, Edward. You see another portrait. This one a little bit more, a little less regal, but more true to tone. It is a portrait of Renaya and Grotz together. Kind of family portrait style, but instead of it being like, like we're the rich family that has rules and restrictions and, you have the hand on your shoulder to make sure you don't do anything. She is Grotz with a big smile as he's almost kind of leaning forward, like almost like, if it was a candid picture of them. And Renaya, as she's kind of like draped on him, her hand on his chest, her foot is up. She's kind of in that traditional.
It's the
classic pose.
newlywed couple just bought a house
Yeah,
together.
this is their Instagram photo.
Yeah, exactly. Painted very well as well on this side of it. Otherwise, you don't see.
There's nobody
a lot of
here?
details.
Should we knock? Is there a doorbell?
Well, Edward says, well, in the past, Gratz has just kind of found us. It's strange. This place,
Should
it's...
we like speak
Just
out?
cough loudly?
Should we like?
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves, something feels strange. It's not as lively. It's sadder.
I was gonna say this does not feel like the place that I've read about.
I haven't seen these paintings before. I have a feeling.
Should I just guess send it to Grunts?
I would like to roll
Oh dear.
maybe an insight check, I guess, based on the mood of the palace on what, I don't know, maybe what the best way to get Gratz's attention would be. Does that make any sense? Like,
Sure,
what
yeah,
does
I get what
Edward
you're saying.
think?
What
'Cause-
would be like the socially appropriate way of approaching the depressed
yeah,
person?
especially a depressed demon. You know what I mean? Like that's a little sketchy.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's a natural 19.
Okay.
You know.
Having known Gratz, we've never really seen him in this way.
And we don't see him now, right?
No,
This is
you don't
just
see
the
him
mood.
now.
Yeah.
You do know, however, where his personal retreats are, where his office is, and where his bedroom is.
Good. I was not sure if I knew that. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll say over the many visits you've had here, you've come to know where those are.
Well, I'm happy to visit those.
You're not really sure what's socially appropriate, but you do kind of think that the only way to move forward is to try and at least get his attention of some sort, preferably in like a very kind way. So instead of yelling at him in his house, maybe knocking on his door.
That's what I was assuming.
Yeah.
Perfect. Then Edward will just hold up his hand and say, I think we ought to be unalarming. I imagine he's in his room or his study or something. It tends to be where he stays, if my memory serves, and hopefully a familiar face will do him well. I really am not sure. Just be ready for anything. And so
The way.
Edward will go ahead and lead them to the study, and
Okay.
they'll get there. Is there a little knocker or anything?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Edward will take a deep breath, hesitantly use the knocker gently, just knock, 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 and then he'll say, "Hello, Gratz. It's Edward and fellows. It's been a while."
And friends.
Takes a step back, and friends.
You go and you clink on the knocker a little bit, only to realize that the door's not actually shut. It's ever so slightly open. So you knock on it, it just opens just a little bit, and you kind of start to say this to try and like catch up with the door. As the door slowly creaks open, you notice a couple different things. This room is a pigsty. There are burrs everywhere. There's books strewn about. You see
Taco
pieces
Bell
of Gratz's
bags.
armor all over the place. You then see Gratz. There's the desk, and then there's like lazy boy kind of S type sofa. Not actually like a lazy boy, but that like style of it. Not that's the worst way for me to describe this. You see a short sofa is what you see.
A love
Very
seat.
elegant, matches the decor, matches the regalness of the room. It's just a short sofa. You see Gratz strewn about on it. He has a couple papers over his lap. He has a book on his lap. He has his glasses that are crooked, and he's like really like cranking his neck like over the armrest to like get comfy in this. He looks terrible.
He went
His
full
hair
fat
has a
forward.
cowlick.
You never go full
He
fat
looks
forward.
like he has bags under his eyes. He looks like he might have even like gains maybe like a pound or
Ow.
two. You're not really sure. Like only a little bit, but he's just not quite as put together. He's not shredded as he once was. He's not his normal self.
Is he sleeping?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Edward just turns back to Abinthy and Leshka and just says, I swear, this is not normal. This is not the good time. Something is wrong.
Really? and then I just look off into the hallway.
Leshka doesn't say Leshka and Abinthy just look in opposite directions in the hallway, just like as if there's something that's caught their gaze. Like,
Edward, you being the only one that's watching, Abinthy startles Grotz, at which point he shoots up and all the papers like fall off of him, and he like tries to catch them, at which point he falls off the couch.
I'm so sorry. This is not how I meant this to be. It's Edward. Nice to see you again. Is everything all right? This is different than I remember it.
Edward.
And fellows.
Edward.
we're friends of Renaya.
Yes, friends of Renaya's. Yes.
That's an awkward. That's a word that I would not have said.
Well, Leshka said it.
He rushes over. He like immediately rushes over to you, grabs both of you by like opposite shoulders. Like,
way to go, Leshka.
Renaya.
I mean, he knows that we know Renaya.
I know.
Yes, I know you. Yes, but have you seen her?
Yes, I've seen Renaya, and she's good and well. She's good and well, and she wishes you well. We're not here for any bad reason.
I don't. He realizes that he's gripping you rather hard.
That kind of hurts.
I apologize. And slowly lets go, and then like smooths out your shoulders.
Okay.
The indents in the bone.
Let me.
Wow, this is not your normal self.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, give me 1 second. He closes the door, and he snaps, and then he opens the door, and the room is back to normal. The papers are where they're supposed to be. The books are good. Come.
If only I could do that.
And he goes and he sits down behind his desk, pulls out a massive bottle of some dark fluid. You're not really sure what it is. Pulls off the cork with his mouth, and then just starts drinking.
It's just crude
don't
oil.
Drink.
It's
drink
just crude oil.
That is. Don't
Before he
drink
sets it down. Come, sit, please.
Okay.
Hey.
I follow.
I hate to bother. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Right, Edward?
Yes, Edward.
I don't believe I've met your companions.
Yes. How rude of me. This is Leshka. You've actually briefly seen him once back at the Scholar's Guide. Remember when that big hole opened up from the abyss? This is the first time we summoned you, actually. I believe he was there.
Yes, when I fulfilled my oath to
exactly. Yes, and he's a dedicated scholar. He looks for information.
It's a pleasure to meet you again and make your acquaintance.
As is it for me. And you are?
This is Abinthy. He has been helping me for many years in anything of a magic sort that I need help with, and well, he's a surprising fellow, but a good one.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
As is yours. Have we met before?
I think back real hard. Was there a family reunion? What?
You know that you actually have met before. Very, very briefly. It was when you and Glacio were like first kind of getting involved, and she took you to some different events that happened to have Grotz and her there, at which point they obviously talked, they hung out, they enjoy each other. They're actually fairly close. Their hatred for their father is a strong bond between the two of them. Obviously very much like siblings, where it's kind of like I'll stab you, but I'll help you bury a body type relationship.
Yeah. I know your sister.
And you know what? Actually, I don't want to know.
Edward is blushing.
So, obviously, and he's holding a glass in his hands.
Thank you.
Obviously,
for
I
including
have
us in the play.
my own questions, but I'm sure you're here for a reason. So, please speak.
I mean, well, I suppose really it was kind of Abernathy's idea to come in the first place.
Do you want me to take it? I didn't want to be the one to lead, since
Well,
I don't know you that
I mean,
well,
you can lead.
but
I can lead. Or
if you
Edward.
want.
I mean, Edward can also. He knows. You know, it'd probably be best if he did. I mean, since he's.
Okay. Let me make a blatant statement. It's been a few years since I've seen you. It's been a few years since I've really been around Renaya or Tarak or Cather, as you remember them. And only recently have I learned some news, and I've noticed some problems. Renaya has been looking for some answers regarding something called Ruat and whatnot. She's talks about the Halak thing a bit, and she has mentioned that something of the sort of not being able to speak with you.
I think what Edward is trying to say.
Edward really doesn't know what's going on.
Basically, I have noticed. I've recently met Renaya. I don't know her that well, but she had mentioned that for reasons that we cannot disclose to you, and it is nothing that you have done, she is unable to contact you. She is attempting to remedy that problem, and we are attempting to assist her. But I want you to know that it is nothing that you have done wrong. It is nothing that she has done wrong. There is an outside force that is preventing her from speaking to you, and she deeply misses you. While I'm doing this, just real quick.
Edward just nods.
Okay.
Yeah, what he said.
Also,
I'm
can I
going
just
to
say,
attempt
good
to
save, Aaron.
subliminal message Grotz real discreetly, because I don't want to say anything. Is there a fireplace in here?
Yeah, 100%.
Just and a lot of this isn't even conscious on Apathy's part. While he's kind of explaining the situation, I'm going to use the cantrip Control Flames to make an image of a minotaur in the fireplace.
That's so smart.
See, Apathy had, most people talk with their hands or something like that.
Yeah, I just cast magic.
Apathy talks by casting cantrips.
Yeah.
I'll have you go ahead and make a performance check for me. This is to see
let me
how
tell you.
well you can cast the spell perfectly fine. Not worried about the magic. This is to see how well you can be both discreet to your comrades while trying to get the attention of Ross. He rolled pretty high on his perception, so
it's a strong 19 because I have a plus 0 to all charisma checks except for persuasion.
Very nice. You start saying this, and you watch. Grotz's eyes are weary, but hard. They're the eyes of someone who has been hurt many times in his life, and that has caused him to grow
Calloused.
Resilient.
Calloused.
Ooh,
Yeah, calloused, resilient. Yeah, that's a good one. But recently has met something that has broken him once again, and he hasn't quite recovered from it. He went from looking at Edward to resting his eyes on you, Triplewitz, to resting his eyes beyond your ear as the fireplace is behind you. He rests his eyes behind your ear as he looks past the fireplace, almost curiously for a second. And you watch as you're saying this, realization clicks.
The moment it clicks, I will continue my statement and I will say, now, we fully understand that now that you know that there is something preventing you from being together, that you will take action. I would like to forewarn that any action that is taken, whether it be investigation or anything, should be done with all discretion and subterfuge when it comes to belaying the reason as to why it is occurring. Because if at any point in time your investigation or action thereof were to lead back to the idea that you had been informed by Renaya or her compatriots, then she could very well be in danger, and that is the last thing I think either of us want. But I do not expect you to do nothing, and I could not stop you even if I wanted you to do nothing. I just am concerned for Renaya's safety, and frankly, I just wanted you to know that she is safe, she misses you, and she does not think badly of you or anything along those lines. This has been Abbott Lee Tripowitz. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Thank you, Apathy. And as a note,
Well said.
we are looking together. We are trying to help Renaya.
Yes.
And looking to remedy this issue. And something that we were curious about is if you had any knowledge that might be able to help us. Specifically, we've been looking into and observing actions of the anathema and the fae that seem to be rather suspicious and ill in nature.
As you're saying this, as you're asking these questions, you watch as he's reached across his desk and he's grabbed an item. He has a few different knickknacks across his desk, but he grabs a broken piece of what looks like a bull's horn, and he just starts playing with it.
Oh no.
Oh,
Dear.
Oh my.
that sounds like it might be from a minotaur.
That sounds like fighting words, DJ.
I just really hope that the
Or
discretion
it's-
could fall back on Renaya, just got to him in any way, shape, or form.
Yes.
Um,
No, you guys watched Triple H. You're reading him like a book. Okay. You are, as you're speaking, you are making all the mental calculations in your mind from all of your years of doing what you do. I'll say it that way. You're reading him like a book. You watched him go from realization to immediate anger, seething rage, held back behind the veil of composure that he usually keeps. As soon as you mentioned the fact that it might fall back on Renaya and cause her to get hurt, that slowly changed from the seething anger to calculating.
Good.
To
That's
what
what I like to
can
see.
I do without it falling back on her? He starts playing with the horn,
I wish Cather was here right now.
and he has almost like a 1,000-yard stare at this
Same.
point. The anathema. Also, before I continue, his composure has completely changed. He's gone from broken drunk with a slight like beer belly to like his like I am,
The
the
fire
king of
has
the-
the fire
the
has
king
been
of the-
relit in his eyes.
I am the reaper of souls. Fear me or die,
And he's
and then you will
shredded.
fear me for all of eternity.
Great cheese on those abs.
Yeah. He's kind of regained his composure as who the freak he is. He starts playing with the horn. The anathema. I do. I'm sorry. I just read.
You saw Lydia's
Yes,
message. Yes.
Lydia just sent hot in chat.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what it was.
I'm not overly familiar with the term the anathema. It very well could be from before my time. As for the Fae, they have been doing a number of dealings. It has not been uncommon, I have heard, across the abyss for small red-headed women to make counsel with other of my princes.
Oh, that's not good.
Yes, as far as we understand, Gods, they go by the name of Autumn Daughters. I don't know if you've heard that, but apparently they're, they essentially enforce,
Just
Zestari's will.
I got you.
If there's thank you, if there's somebody that has wronged them or something they need done, they're essentially the units that carry it out.
Like MI6 for the Fae.
As you know,
Zestari is sending out her agents. That cannot be good, as I'm sure you are well aware.
Yes.
well, as you know,
what-
we've had our own run-in with the Fae. Remember the whole Prazius business, the thing that even brought us into.
Zestari was behind it all.
Well, I'm
well,
not sure
it's-
about that, but the Fae was certainly involved.
The
And now, more than ever, their borders have... Leshka, please. Their borders have fallen. And the realms have gone closer. I've been put in now a position where I'm in defense of Oclaron as a whole in many ways. I'm concerned. And from what
As
I
you would.
understand, you probably don't like it. So that puts us on the same field, and I hope that we can share in that feeling of concern over the Fae. Am I wrong in saying so?
The Fae are always tricksy. You should always be concerned of their dealings. The fact that they are trying to incorporate members on another plane is unheard of.
I don't
ever
want...
think of themselves, much like my kin.
yeah, yes.
The fact that they have come together is a deadly combination.
Our concern has been, as of late, whether or not the Anathema and Fae are perhaps working together in some manner, and that the Fae are seeking possible alliances with other outer planar beings in an attempt to make war on the material plane. That is at least our concern. Whether or not that is the end goal is still unknown to us.
If the borders of the Feywild have been opened, that would allow very easy access for people like myself to get to the material plane.
Right.
And you can also see, Triple, let's go ahead and make another insight check. Make an insight check.
Can I also make an insight check? That was a very weird statement.
Oh, go for it.
I mean,
Oh,
I mean, if
jeez.
we're all making inside checks.
Go for it. Everybody make an insight check.
I don't like this.
I've been sitting here rubbing this eraser, and now I have full pieces of eraser all over me.
That's a 23 insight. Just to explain what Apathy's going on, he has no idea what anyone's talking about, and so kind of absent. He's been thinking about his own
We've
stuff.
talked about this.
Oh yeah, and, like he doesn't know like all the Melora stuff and the
Yeah.
Prazius stuff. I mean, like he knows it happened, but he doesn't know
No,
the
well,
details.
I mean, yeah.
So kind of absent-mindedly, he's like pulled out a little paper cup and poured whatever, like some of whatever was in that bottle. And it's
Edward
just been
told
like,
you not to drink it. Oh my gosh.
Triple Wits,
Wow.
for someone who is accustomed to fiendish beverages, it's not bad. It's not bad. It definitely has a bit of a burn to it.
yeah, it's
Not
a bit
bad.
strong, but it has a wonderful fruity aftertaste.
Edward looks at you like you're crazy. I got a 22.
I got a 7.
23, 22. Okay. For those of you who got above a 20.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Drew.
Fair. I would be disappointed if I got anything with a 17.
You notice that as he's kind of processing this, he has two trains of thoughts going. Is kind of what you're thinking. He's going, oh, this is really bad. Also, I can get to the material plane. I could get to the material plane. Okay. And you can see the calculations in his brain that way as well.
Edward says. Yeah, okay. As long, okay. He just keeps shooting. Yeah. Edward says. Now look. You know that the material plane has gone through quite a bit recently, and we're rebuilding a lot of it. I'm concerned of any meddling, as I should be. I think there's risk for not only us in the material plane, but everywhere. Right? I hope you can share in my concern with that.
Ooh. Hold on a second. Oh, that's tricksy.
My concern
Oh, that's dangerous.
is with you. Yes.
That's good.
The- the people of the material plane are most likely in a significant amount of danger. Yes, Leshka.
Quick question. Are the celestial beings of the outer planes, in order for them to access the material plane, it easily would also they would also have to go through the Feywild, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And
but I'm confused as to what you mean by this. Continue. Yeah, maybe perhaps.
well, I'm and
What are you concerned about?
well, if an alliance between the Fey and the demons, or I should say the fiends, really, because we are unsure of how far their reaches were to happen, that would certainly cause the gods to seek to get involved as well, right?
I would hope so.
I wouldn't count on it.
Dominion, their dominion is technically over the material plane and its residents. If they were to be involved, the material plane that is, I would hope that their planar defenders would come to their aid.
Right. And the last time that an event like that happened would be somewhat equivalent to that of maybe the trial or the Age of Pandemonium, correct?
Before the trial, or during the trial, before this current age, the age of rebirth, there were no gods. There was only Lanantari. Something like this has never happened before
Interesting.
in the history of our worlds.
Leshka, do you want the gods to intervene?
I'm concerned. The grand scale of this endeavor has, I think, begun to dawn on me that this is not only a possible end to the material plane, but perhaps even an end to the multiverse. Even the outer planes could be in jeopardy if this is a calamity worthy of the gods' attention. What happens when everyone dies? Including the gods.
I see
Fair.
now why our friend, and he says as he grips the piece of the horn a little tighter,
Because
would be concerned with Renaya.
and correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, Grotz, but perhaps the only thing that is keeping the devils and demons from perhaps taking a full-scale alliance with the Archfey is the Blood War.
Perhaps. Have you... The Blood War has been at a rather interesting standstill. We're both licking our wounds. If demons and devils could set aside their differences in their views of rulership, they would be a deadly force. But if only one or the other were to join the Fae, nonetheless, that would still be catastrophic for any in their path.
Right. And
Especially, I fear, if it was my personal kin.
And if per se the demon princes were to join the Fae, would the devils seek to stop them?
Perhaps. It is an interesting game of politics. The devils wish to see the end of the world just as the demons. It's just that my kin wish to see it in chaos afterwards, versus those like my sister, who wish to see it ruled by them after.
Right.
If demons and Fae, two beings of chaos, are to join forces,
Bad.
that would be an alliance
That'd be pretty bad.
that's
Here to
Monetari herself would.
Right. Leshka looks to the the other two, to Edward and Apathy. So if I now, the rod, we really need to like find out that stuff, right?
Apathy is distracted. He's kind of staring off into the distance. He's been like that since he asked you about the gods, and you do notice that but actually you probably don't, because you didn't notice the fire in the first place. So
No. And correct me if I'm wrong, my two compatriots. Really, at this point, we're really counting on Cather in order to translate via his gods, with the map and the rod and all that, because it seems there's a lot of concern that I currently have at the moment, for all this going on. So we need to hop to it just a little bit.
yes,
I think.
That's
That's a good thought. Grotz, I don't know if word has reached you. Do you know, has the city of Sigil been attacked recently? Or correction, we know has been attacked. Do you know perhaps by whom?
Or by what? If we're pronouncing the H's in those words now.
Whom? I was unaware the city was attacked. I must admit, I have allowed myself to fall into a low state in my longing for my love. I have not heard of any attacks, but if you need to get into Sigil, my sister is a master of hidden planar travel.
Ooh, we're going back to my
Let's
girl.
go.
That seems promising.
We're
As he
getting the
looks
band back
back to
together.
Edward and Apathy. I mean, if she can get us to Sigil, that puts a pretty serious roadblock that was in our way out of the way.
Edward has his hand on his forehead, just like thinking, like frustrated, and he just drops his hand, lifts his head, and he says, "If this is something that threatens the material plane, then we need all the help we can get."
Yeah, that's pretty firmly established at this point.
You know-
I would love to see Cather right now. I'm just saying.
Yes, if he can help with the rod, even if he can't.
Him and his traps
need
would really
Cather
bring
on
me
our
some
side.
comfort right now.
And not Catherine, and Grotz, and Edward looks at Grotz very seriously. He says, "I understand that we have different things we want, and I know you care an awful lot about what you want. I need to know that you are on my side, and you'd like to avoid the destruction of my home. We don't want the gods involved. I need to know that you're fighting alongside us and not against us. Can you promise me that?"
Might I add, it's also Renaya's home as well.
That's a good point.
It's like calling it Renaya's home at this point might be a bit of a stretch.
Summer residence, a timeshare, whatever.
Are you helping here, Leshka? Whose side are you
I'm
on?
not saying that in game. I'm just saying that out of game as Drew.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, we did see
Yeah.
the
Even
newlywed
Lydia
couple
in
that just
chat.
bought a house together. You know.
Yeah, Lydia in chat says home is a strong word. I just need to know
I am
that
not
we
against
both understand the scale of the situation.
He kind of shakes his head. It would be impossible for you to truly understand the scale at which you are against. But
Then we agree.
That scares me.
I am with you, nonetheless.
Dad, I'm scared.
Edward holds out his hand for a handshake, and he says, "Shake on it. Promise me."
He
Brings out a knife.
yeah, no, 100%.
Yes!
Sure. And he pulls out this jagged
Blood oath.
obsidian bladed knife.
What are you planning on doing with that?
He splits his hand.
You should
Before
do it on the
handing-
back. There's a lot of very important veins on the front.
He hands you the knife.
Actually, it's better from the arm because there's tendons here too.
Edward looks at Abinthy and says, "Is this a good idea?"
My hand's already bleeding.
Edward's
I didn't know if I would be
That's
involved,
funny.
but I was so ready for it.
Edward just asks Gratz, like, plainly, "I'm not agreeing to anything, am I? This is...
Heavens, have you never taken a blood oath? And he just cut his hand with the knife.
I've never taken a blood
It's not
oath
that
with a
big a
demon prince." And, I'm just not going to get cursed or anything, right?
Edward, your very existence is a curse. And he goes to shake your hand.
Yeah, he cuts his hand, they shake, whatever. He's like,
I miss Gratz.
We all
Edward
miss
says,
Bob.
Edward just pauses, and he says, "You know what? I could have never guessed that this is where my life would lead."
I
We'll
am
figure this
surprised
out.
you've made it this far. Well done.
Me too.
So, to kind of get an idea of what our next steps and goals are. First off, I assume if we're going to Sigil. Hey, out of game, DJ,
Yeah,
is getting
yeah.
Cather going to take less than 40 minutes?
No, no,
Okay.
not at all.
So for first order of business, we're going to have to deal update on Renaya. She is once again cursed, as she was when you first met her with a Ruat. Well, not first, because that came later, but you know how Ruat cursed her and Cather to be within
Found
a
them together.
distance.
Yes.
I've heard about it. It sounds terrible. She's been cursed like that again. She doesn't have a second person pacted with her. We're trying to figure out a way to just kind of ignore that. I'm hoping that we can just put it back and it'll be fine. Because there's no way we're going to get through the bustling city streets of Sigil without bumping into something. And I'm assuming that we want to take Renaya with us. It would be awfully rude to just leave
It would
her
be
there.
most. Yes, I think it would be best to have as many people together as possible, given the climactic nature and danger of the world that we live in right now.
So step one, figure out
Yes.
curse. Maybe put her in a protective bubble or suit.
We
Just
could-
push
we
her
could,
like a hamster ball.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
I like it.
I think if we put her in a globe of invulnerability.
Yeah.
Why don't we
between the
hire
two of us, we can keep that
Glenda,
up for
the good witch?
We could just
We
push her
hire
around.
the good witch to
to
put
make
a bubble.
a bubble. Yeah.
She just floats around.
Okay, yeah,
Two.
we can cast levitate on it. We could just push it around
Yep.
like a balloon.
Revisit the Duchess. Sounds exciting. Sounds wonderful.
Oh boy, sounds a little intimidating.
Go to Sigil.
Go to
Get
Sigil.
Cather.
Get Cather. How do we get out of Sigil?
I mean, the Duchess may be able to do. Maybe we'll have like a time limit or something that will just automatically bring us back. I don't know. Look, the Duchess is a woman of many skills. In everything. So she may have a way out. Other than that, hey, I am known for my capabilities of escaping bad odds. I'm sure we'll figure it out somehow. Who knows? Maybe the borders of Sigil will just open up and we can just leave. That would be great. But those are the two goals. I do suppose I have a question. 2 names. I'm wondering if you know. Do you know? Have you ever heard of Justitia, or perhaps a rod buried in a unknown tomb of unknown relevance?
Or placement, or position, or
I
location.
cannot say that I do.
Do you know the name? Zood's Thrim. It's French. It's a
not
language
French.
of love. You may know it.
I
It's
do
not
know
French.
of the French. They are very common in my tongue.
Yes, traditionally drow as well.
Actually, I think this is canonical. I think we've established that the French exist here.
Yeah.
I do not know the name. Zoos.
Okay. That's all of my questions. I think that we probably need to be on our way. Well, we need to get back to
If
Gambit's Keep.
if you are returning, can I entrust a letter to you?
It may be best to have it as a sound letter so that there's no evidence that you have reached out to her. If that is uncomfortable, I'm down with taking that chance. I don't want to intrude on anyone's privacy. God knows I prefer mine.
He reaches into his desk and pulls out
Just a
a
stack
letter.
of letters.
I thought about it, but he pulls out a single letter and then just slides it across the desk. That is
Leshka,
for
well,
her eyes only.
Leshka will grab it and give a slight bow and put it in his satchel.
Well, do I know how I normally get home?
Normally, you're sent home by your girlfriend.
Yeah.
You're not there.
Hey.
Well,
I don't.
no, Edward will take over. He'll say, so every single time we've gotten back, it's been with Renaya's key. I don't have one of those. We're kind of stuck here, as far as I know. Can you help us with getting back? We have a teleportation circle. Mm-hmm. It's quite nice. Abinthy made it.
Well, I had hope.
Well,
I will make an attempt. As I'm sure you figured out by now, playing a traveler is
Shifty.
difficult.
Weird.
But I'll make my attempts.
I don't suppose you have something that belongs to Renaya. I hear an anchor is very useful nowadays.
Do I have something that?
No. He has many things that belong to Renaya. He's just trying to think of what's the most appropriate thing to say.
What does he want to part
It's a
with?
corset.
A sweater. A hat that says, I love Grotz.
It's a mug that says "Best Demon Princess Ever."
I went to the abyss and all I got was this dumb hat.
Showed up for the abyss, stayed for Grotz.
He goes and off of one of the shelves nearby, he pulls off a pink scarf. I think this will work nicely.
Abyss Con 46.
Oh,
I
it's the
thought the same
pink
thing.
scarf!
Yeah, the pink scarf.
Yo, this is the scarf she got from Malice.
He lays it on the desk and begins speaking in Abyssal. After just a little while, he looks up at all of you. I believe it's ready. All you must do is touch the scarf.
All right.
The way.
Hey, well, she banishes. Thank you for everything, Grotz. This
Thank
was
you.
nice. See you again soon, maybe.
Hopefully.
Actually, I kind of hope no, because I feel like something bad might. Whatever. Thank you again, and just touch the scarf.
Abinthy will walk up to the scarf and say, I don't mean to overextend my welcome, but advice from someone who knows something akin to what you've been feeling. Try traveling. It takes the mind off things. And then he'll put his hand on the scarf and disappear.
You all.
Grotz starts weeping. Summons ice cream. It's like-
You all start. You all have that sense of the familiar sensation. It's nothing like when Glassa is transporting you.
that was
It's
way better.
yes, it is. You guys get this sinking feeling in your stomach. You feel like you're about to throw up. Your ears equalize. You get the popping of the ears, popping of the pressure, and
My ears, they're equalizing.
I should see. Do you guys end up back home?
Oh, don't you play this game, DM.
Question. I have a question, DJ.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because we have an anchor, is this a situation where the DC is lowered or you have advantage?
Oh, sure. I don't care. Oh, even better. You guys find yourself in Renaya's tower, not her secret room, which is where she's hanging out right now, but in her tower specifically.
Well, that worked nicely.
Real quick, I stop moving and I move over and I pull a single book to disarm the traps. Well, maybe Renaya figured out how to. Maybe she just put the thing back in the hammer. Can we check it out?
Put the thing
Uh,
back where it came from, more so help me.
So help
Help me.
me.
You guys go down. Before you see Renai, is there anything else you want to do before the end of the episode?
I take out the letter and I just gently lay it down on Renaya's bed.
I suppose we've got 30 minutes. Do you want to? This is a great time before we really get with this whole Renaya stuff.
As soon as
Do
you
you
go down
wanna,
to see
like, get
Renai,
a-
we're ending the episode.
Do you want to
So
like get a drink or something?
That-
Maybe take a quick
we-
break.
We approach the staircase and we see like the boss mist wall. It's just like, all right, guys, like, and you have to
Yeah,
it's like,
we need to
are you?
recharge.
And then like you press go through and it pops up. It's like, are you sure about this? It's just taking this action will end the episode.
Like I don't want to. I want to use all 4 of our hours to the fullest extent that we can. Right.
All right.
Uh,
all
well,
right.
I mean,
how about this?
Leshka has
How about
questions
this?
for you, so
Look, we can all just like let's just
You
chill in the
guys-
sauna.
go take a breather, you relax, and you find yourselves all with a nice mug of ale, and you're relaxing in the sauna.
Okay.
With the poison.
Edward holds up his mug. You know, they're all relaxing. Edward holds up his mug and he says, like motioning like a cheers, and he says, "To hoping the material plane isn't ended by the trickery of the Fae." Here.
Oh.
And they, And they sip, and it's like, Leshka, your turn.
Sorry, what?
We're toasting.
Oh,
Let's
we're
do
all
He's
making
already
all-
just slammed
we're all
his drink.
we're all making a toast. Okay.
Yes, that's how toasts work.
To rekindling old friendships
Here.
Yeah.
and making new ones.
Disrespect.
Oh, sure. Sips again. And Avanthy.
To stories old and new, to loves found and lost, to
Whoa.
cheers.
All right.
Cheers.
And then Edward will say, speaking of stories old and new, Avanthy,
Ah, yes.
this seems like
It seems
in
like
the
you
face
have
of the...
some stories.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Yes. I think we'd both like to know.
I'm sorry. I totally interrupted you. I'm so sorry, Edward. I'm just very
okay.
excited.
Oh, Leshka,
Excited,
it's
it's okay.
okay.
I'm just very excited. I mean, like
We're both,
like,
yes, we're both
he's been-
excited for this.
yeah.
Look, in the face of chaos and uncertainty, I think a heartwarming story of old of the origins of Abinthy Triplewitz might do it justice. So please, I
Oh.
set the stage for
so
you.
you're looking.
You have
you're
our
looking
ears.
for a good story.
Well, I mean, every story has a bit of bad. It makes it better.
Yes. What would you like to know about me? Is there any specific event?
When
that
did
has
you
struck
when
your
did you
fancy?
prevent the need to save the world?
Oh, which time?
That's which time?
Excuse me.
Well, you know that you aren't the only
maybe-
adventurers who have ever
Wait,
lived,
wait.
right?
That's fair.
What? See, it's the which time, you know, not the fact that he did it. It's the which
Right.
time, you know.
Okay, maybe to be more specific, where did you find your knack for magic? Where did that
Oh,
come from? How did that start? You're
oh,
clearly
that's-
adept in the whole thing.
Well, when it comes to magic, it's something that I've always had a penchant for. I was born to two wonderful parents, very kind, very normal, farmers, basically common village folk. My mother also baked and did things like that. But I have always had the capability to, at times, see and interact with the weave. I have been.
What do you mean by see the weave? I don't think I've ever seen it.
Well, no. If it was that common, then all of us would be as good as I am. But no, there isn't really an explanation for it. At least not one that I have found. I've been seen by multiple priests, doctors, physicians, mages, sorcerers, a warlock, several demons, devils, fae, one lich. They've been called multiple things: the dragon eyes, the eyes that unveil God, all sorts of things. Basically, all it is that I can occasionally see the weave, which made learning magic much easier for me. I left my hometown when I was 12, more already third circle at that point in time. And then I set off. I was inspired when I was young by, a tailor came to town, actually, when I was just a boy, and my parents bought goods and had things repaired, and they also purchased a book, and he will actually, he will cast Leomon's Secret Chest.
Ooh.
Very nice.
I believe that's what it's called, yeah. And summon it from the ethereal plane, and then it's not a big chest. It's just a little one. It has various like rare silks and threads and things that he doesn't want to carry that are super valuable. Some things that you're not going to question what they are, but he pulls out a little.
It's an
book.
ender chest. It's just an ender chest.
It's literally an ender chest.
Fair enough.
But he pulls out a little book, only about that big, that has. Oh geez, what is the title of this book? Did I write it down or did I just keep it in my brain and now I have to find it? Oh well, something along the lines of Tales of Wisdom. Let's call it that. And he said it's a strange combination of a storybook and history book that I have had a lot of trouble uncovering anymore. I've never seen another copy of it, but it contains stories of heroes and great warriors and mages of old. He actually flips open the book for you. On the first page, there is a kind of an image of a balding wizard standing atop a like a cliffside as lightning crashes down, staff in his hand and stuff. Very traditional fantasy.
Mhm.
And the title of the first chapter is Grandfather Mortis.
Do I know who that is, DM? Grandfather Mortis, or is it just?
You want
Is it like a common name? Okay, I wasn't
you
sure.
wouldn't have
Okay.
heard that term before.
Continue.
But obviously I was fascinated, and one of the things that struck me when I was younger was that if any of these stories were true, any part of them, all of the fairy tales that children are told, and stories of heroes and adventurers and all these things, and even the story of Lanantari and how the world was created, it brought to mind the question as to why things like that were not still happening. All of the legends and stories were old, and it frightened me to think that they would disappear.
And it brings reason to skepticism too. I feel the same.
Yes, so
Let's
I set
continue.
off as I was 12 to create new stories, new legends, to be like the heroes that I had read of in books.
So you set out to become a fantastical hero of sorts. That was your goal from the beginning?
Hero is a bit of a strange word because not all stories are good. But
You were after...
I wanted to create legends. I wanted
Interesting.
to have books written, but not about me, because part of the wonder of old stories is the mystery to it, of a strange sage that descends from the mountain to save a village side. Sorcerers and warriors uncalled, and who knows where they came from, who defend the people or strike down enemies in righteous fury. So most of the stories that I would tell you, if you have heard of them, it is doubtful that it includes my name.
Well, if you've had any semblance of success, you've definitely got the mystery down.
I would say
if
that.
I mean, one of my biggest questions is why in the world are you accompanying us? If you've been after all of these incredible things, you've been working for me at this keep for quite some time. That doesn't seem all I don't mean to demean your current state.
No, not
I'm
at all.
just a little surprised to see you here if your goal is to make it into storybooks. I've also never heard of somebody who that is their particular goal. It always seems to happen by happenstance. There are adventurers, sure, but to be like the stories of old, do you feel as if you've accomplished that?
In part. There came a time when I realized that perhaps I had been. Perhaps my ego had caused me to make mistakes. I decided to not do the legend stuff anymore. If I was going to make an impact or be like the stories, then I would choose to be someone for little stories. I would stop trying to prevent the end of the world and just have stories like a tailor. Someone who arrives to town, who makes children laugh and sells butter or salt to a poor farmer, who helps out where is need, but does not overstep his bounds. And I am helping you because, well, as I said, I feel as though that heroes deserve to be paid in some regard. And although I cannot tell you fully at the moment, in some regards, I do owe Fate's Gambit something. And so I can, at least for this, do my best to assist in whatever way I can.
Well, it's awfully kind of you. Sometimes I feel as if the events that have happened just kind of happened, and now things are becoming back to normal, and don't know what to make of it at times. So I guess I appreciate the just making it I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words.
It happens.
I can't get past the fact that from the way you talk, it seems as if you've also done things. I mean, I don't feel as if I'm worthy of that kind of payment. I don't know such things about magic. How about this? I'm sure Lashka, and he puts his hand on Lashka's back. I'm sure Lashka and I would love to hear one of your, even if it's a small tale, one of your tales, your personal tales of your travels. Do you think there's one worth telling, like a story? I would love to hear it.
Well, of course. The name Raikama has been brought up multiple times in your presence.
Yes, I've
could
heard
tell
that.
story if
That
you're
would be great.
interested.
And maybe in a similar way that you are paying me, I suppose, for what I've done. The least I could do is hear one of your stories. Have at it.
I have many, and most of them I am willing to tell. Some years ago, oh heavens now, let's see if it was before. Let me check my timeline on my Google Doc.
He's got a timeline. This man has a timeline.
It's incredible. It's awesome.
I would say that somewhere around maybe the ages of 25 to 28, somewhere in that range. It's hard to know.
I'm
the exact
26.
age.
27-ish.
I was traveling. I was attempting to find evidence of ancient civilizations on relatively uninhabited islands. Interestingly enough, this was around the time that I had been asked to deal with the stone doors that we were nearby when we went through the portal to Sigil. While I was in the area, I decided to investigate some other islands in search of forgotten ruins and other such lore and legend. I stumbled across a living civilization of people. I believe they were on the Isle of the Father in the Parental Archipelago. Basically, there are 3 main islands: the father, the mother, and the child, kind of in situation. You know how geography works, where they name things that vaguely resemble something.
Naturally, yes.
A warrior people, very strong, intelligent. They worshipped gods that were not exactly common. They did not worship the main pantheon, which I found very interesting. But when I stumbled across them, I was not the only ones to do so. I had come across them, and then following after me, perhaps even following my trail, there was another group. Frankly, I don't even know what government they were sent by, but they had found them and were enlisting them to mine the valuables out of the. They had an active volcano in the center of this island. It's very crucial to the story.
Oh my.
Now, I mentioned that they were a warrior race. These people could have easily decimated those who had come to the island, but they believed that their god, who went by the name Raikama, had given them the directive that they should strike when he ordered them. He communicated to them through lightning in the plumes of the volcano. I don't know if you've ever seen lightning in volcanic ash, but it is beautiful. But at this time, there was no lightning in the ash. Therefore, they believed that it was not their time to strike back.
Interesting.
I, being a tailor, was obviously not inscripted. Wronging tailor brings about a good bit of bad luck. So I decided to venture to the mountain and find out more about it. And I discovered that while they believed that Raikama was sleeping within the core of the volcano, it was just a normal volcano that happened to occasionally have bouts of lightning.
Okay.
I grew somewhat frustrated and decided that I should take charge of the situation. So I snap my fingers and I will change my cloak to the mountain sage variant. So it comes with a expandable beard that I can loop around the front.
That is awesome.
I descended from the mountain after casting lightning into the clouds, telling the tribes to strike back against their people and claiming the name Raikama. Although I did not claim it, I simply descended from the mountain and they believed me to be their god.
Sure, you inferred it. I mean, look,
I
you look
definitely
like an entirely
implied
different
it, but I never said it, and that's very important because a lot of people get very uppity.
Right, it doesn't bother me.
And they fought off their basically enslavers quite easily, mind you. I did nothing. I just walked down and shot some lightning into the clouds, and then it was a massacre.
But just think, to them, though, I mean, to them, they are face to face with their deity.
Yes, and I instructed them to no longer abide by the rule of fight when the lightning speaks. Now that I had risen from the core of the volcano, definitely just stating the fact that someone had risen from a volcano, not necessarily their god, but that instead that they should defend themselves regardless of the time or the person. And then I left, and some of the pantheon has not taken kindly to me being implied as a god, and so if at any point in time a priest or an angel inquires as to whether or not you would know of someone with a bounty on their head for blasphemy, for claiming to be a god. I never told you this story.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
But
Very
yes,
loud and clear.
that is how I was given the name Raikama.
Perhaps
so-
it is a good thing then that Cather isn't here right now.
Oh, yeah, I've been somewhat concerned about that. I'll be
Oh,
100%
yeah.
honest. He seems like I have known many religious people. I've disliked every single one of them.
Well, I mean, personally, I'm less concerned as to what Cather would do so much as what the celestial beings surrounding Cather would do.
Well, he follows the the gods of death, correct? Am I?
Death, fate. He uses the word fate more than death.
I hate that.
Well,
Well,
hold on now.
on the
I
bright
mean,
side, only 1/3 of those gods actively dislikes me.
yes,
as far
and
as I
don't
know.
worry. As I've
Which
been with
third is that?
Cather-
Remind me, DM. Is it Oracle is the sucky one?
Ozulok is the.
Ozulok
Ozulok
really
is the
bad
sucky one?
Yeah.
Ozulok has lost a lot of currency.
Okay, well, keep in mind, I've worked with Cather for a very long time, and yes, he's close to his gods. I've never really seen them. You know, I think he
I'm
on
sure
his
it'll be
own
fine.
time. Yes, he does that on his own time. Now, but just so I get this straight, to those people on that particular island, you that's a formative story. That's a formative piece of what they do and why. They saw their deity descend, strike lightning, telling them to strike, and then order them differently. That's no small thing. That is a story worth telling. And you're telling me that you've been doing this for years and years.
Yes, I suppose it's the first time that I did anything along this line. Let's refer to the timeline. I was 17.
17.
So
You want
about
to know
30 years
something?
ago.
Ah,
Probably.
wow. I can't imagine. 17, that's so young. Thank you, Faye, for the tier 2 sub, and thank you, Wander, for the tier 1 sub.
Nice
guys rock.
plug. Wonderful.
Thanks. Wow, I truly never knew. I'm honored. I want to hear.
Please,
I just want to sit and listen.
Do not regard me any different than you have been. I am just an old man now.
Also, it's getting very hot in the sauna. You guys have been in there for like half an hour. It's a long
We
time.
are
in the
losing
sauna.
water
Leshka's
weight.
loving it, though.
I mean, yeah,
I
I was gonna say,
Leshka's loving it.
Leshka's having a grand old time, dude.
Yeah, I am feeling a little warm, though. Maybe it's time to...
Time to get some
Call
water,
it a night.
rehydrate.
Yes.
Yes.
DM, what time is it right now?
Roughly
this point-
10:52.
Yeah.
10:52
It's
p.m.
kinda
CST.
late.
So it
Let's
wouldn't. Okay.
maybe speak with Renaya in the morning.
Oh,
I have a
shucks,
feeling...
I should have asked Grotst if he had any spare Aldronite.
No.
Dang it. Oh well, then in that case I didn't.
I
Thanks,
could
God.
probably get some for you. Just make a
Really?
request.
It needs to be very high quality.
I can do my best. I know plenty of people. I used to work in Aldronite, please.
I would
Kind of.
appreciate it greatly. The only money I have is stuff that you have already paid me with.
Thank you for the tier 1 mass.
So
All the plugs now.
I cannot. I could pay in installments.
Okay, you know what? We'll figure
Or
Aldronite
you could take it out of the
later.
check that I don't get.
I assume I think we ought to figure this all out in the morning. I'm afraid if we talk with Renaya, we'll be up all night. Just because
This
I
does
don't
feel like a morning.
it
kind
feels
of
like a morning. It's been a
conversation.
long day. I don't want to try to break a curse tonight. I did a
Absolutely.
blood deal with a demon prince today. I'd like to rest.
Hey, the first time is always the hardest. I hold up my hand is just covered with blood red scars.
Right across his palm.
Edward just points at you like, I don't know if you're pulling my leg, but I hear ya.
as he's showing in evidence.
Yeah,
he
well,
has
that could be
thin white
anything.
stars literally all the way down his arm.
Yeah. And then I suppose I'm ready to call it a night, but you two are welcome to do whatever.
Yeah, we'll walk. You head to your thing. Leshka, is there anything you want to talk to Abinthy about? Dad?
Sorry. I was typing in the chat.
I figured you.
No.
Fantastic.
Well, actually, no. I take that. I'm so sorry. After Edward leaves, shoot, this can even be after they get out of the sauna too, and they're both like getting ready.
We're walking across a cool moonlit night.
Yes, it's very lovely through the garden across to our rooms.
Leshka will momentarily stop Tripwitz. And he'll say, I thank you for sharing with us today. That was quite remarkable to hear about some of the things that you have done. Certainly, honestly, done some grander things than I have. Granted, I've done my fair share of things.
Don't sell yourself short.
Yes. However, on a more serious note, I'm not sure how long I will be able to stick around with the party after we retrieve Cather. There are many things that are calling for my attention, especially given the library's current situation.
Yes.
I just ask that just keep doing what you're doing. Oddly enough, I've been the middleman between these three, the three members of Fate's Gambit, of what's left, and all of them are somewhat divided and broken. Just try to help bring them together. I fear I will not be able to stick around long enough to do so. And I know it's maybe hard for you to do. You haven't known them for very long, but...
It's more than that. I would love to promise that I could. First off, I've never been terribly skilled with traveling with a group, and the times that I have not ended well. I will do my best, though. You asked me at one point in time if you knew me, and I didn't know if I had wanted to share this. But if you are going to go, just in case I don't have a chance later, I reach into my bag, throw my pack out and start digging through stuff. I pull out a book, and real quick write something on the inside, and I say, I know that you've lost a lot at the library, and I know that they already have a copy of this, but this one is just for you. And I hand you a copy of String Theory 101, Understanding the Weave, inside, signed by the author, AT, parentheses, EOG, which stands for Abinthy Tripwitz, Enemy of God. And I hand you the book, and I say,
take it.
It's one of my proudest works. I hope that it's a good read. You may have already read it, but
I have
worst,
not actually, but I have heard of it actually. There's a good friend of mine back at the Scholar's Guide who has read it many a times and has spoken many good things. So I look forward to this.
Let me tell you, it threw the whole arcane world into an awful tiff when I released this one, but they currently haven't been able to disprove it. I'm pretty proud of it. But yes, I hope that at minimum it provides a good read. And if worse comes to worse, it's a signed first edition copy, so you should be able to sell it for a pretty penny.
Oh, I would never discard something like this.
If you need the money at any point in time, don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed. I have more copies.
Also, thank you for the level 2 hype train, everybody. You did great out there in chat.
Talk about books. That's what we're about. But I suppose we have a curse to break tomorrow.
Yes,
we ought to get
some traveling to be
right
done.
to it.
Right.
It's gonna be a long day. Feels like it was already a long day.
Yes, it was a long night. I'm not that young of a man anymore.
Oh, you didn't sleep at all yesterday.
No.
Dang.
And I will get to sleep tonight.
Yay!
It is kind of funny though, because of the fact that Dragonborns don't live for very long. I actually feel like Leshka and Tripwitz are actually like the same age.
Like pretty similar.
Yeah, you
You
know.
guys are very, very similar in age.
Elves, man.
Alrighty,
Ugh.
it's 10:59.
But yeah,
It's
we
like
had to
I'm smelling
go.
the
We
end of
take
an
a long rest. Did we
episode.
level up, DM? I feel like we
No.
did a lot story-wise.
Well, Abinthy did a lot.
Hey, it was a team
Yeah.
effort.
You guys
I'm
all
talking
find
about
rest
the
and decide
thing.
to figure out the situation with Renai in the morning. And with that, we're going to go ahead and end tonight's episode, which is very, very good and not what I expected at all, but I'm very happy it happened. You guys did great. Good job.
Thank
Always
you.
got
You
rowdy.
too.
And calmed it down with some good stories.
Gross. Also, good job, DJ. This was a lot of improv, it seemed. And I didn't seem that way, though, is what I mean. It was very good. Very nice.
I am the greatest alive.
I thought I had a blast. I'm
That's
glad
basically
that I
what I
got
was
to talk
saying.
about Aventhy. I hope no one was bored.
Oh,
I'm not
no,
talking to you
not
two,
at
'cause I know
all.
you're
It was
fine. I'm talking to the
fantastic.
chat.
Very.
Look
Come
at
back
you.
on Thursday to hear more about it.
Yeah, and I can explain more.
yeah.
Let's wrap this up.
Man, Grant is in like
Get off
Get
the
out of
call.
here. I gotta go.
So,
like a he's got
thank
a
you guys so much for
meeting.
watching. Check out our other content. Check out our socials. Come back on the 28th of this month, which is in what is that? 15
I don't
16
know.
days. 16 days. 2 weeks. Be back here in 2 weeks from this Wednesday. Check out the first episode of Between the Rows. Sins
Sins of the Father.
Father. Very
Sins
excited.
of the Father.
I don't think we have anything else to say. It seems like we're all ready to get off. So, without any further ado, good luck and Godspeed, Dungeoneers. We will see you next time. Have a great night.
You all have a good night. Ah!